The January 6th Commission is getting ready to put its
We're getting started. Everybody settling in. Everybody ready to go? Are we? Let's get it started. Let's get it. Somebody farted in here. No, I'm kidding. I can't hear that song without singing that line. By the way, yeah, that's the level of maturity you're dealing with. Welcome to HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide. I'm HAL Sparks, and you're Mega Worldwide. If you're in the chat right now, welcome. And tell everybody where you are, where you're from, where you're going, what your plans are for the afternoon. Give them your geolocating data so that Dinesh D'Souza can include you in his next spyware schlockumentary. Hi, everybody. Glad you can join us. Fort Worth, Texas in the house. I can't hear that song without doing it. Somebody farted in here. Yeah, I mean, it's pitiful. It's a shame, you know. Let's get it sharded. Like, if I say that, now you're not going to be able to ever hear that the same way ever again. And I don't know whether to apologize or wait for you to say thank you. You're in VPN, Minnesota. That's great, Casey. It's a great place to be. VPN is going to be like a country of its very own. You know what I mean? That's, you have a very, what accent is that? It's a VPN, a virtual private network. I'm never where you think I am. I'm a ghost in the machine. Nope, and I'm grateful. Excellent. Hi from Seattle, Marysville, Washington. Folks all around Lakeland, Florida, Seattle. How are you? Sorry about the fact that there's no sunlight and solar doesn't work in Seattle. According to Glenn Beck, of course, we just he was nice enough to inform us of that the other day, and I mean that's some rough stuff. It's, whew, you know. Hey, and a hype train right out of the gate. If you support the show, it really helps. If you hate the show and you wish I would stop, it's going to cost you a lot more than super chats. If you love the show, please try to contribute. Venmo me the price of a cup of coffee or something like that. Help out the show. If you hate the show and you want me to stop, it's going to cost you $600 million. So get your checkbook out. And I don't take crypto because I'm not an asshole. and yes, and yen will not cut it. I'm just saying. Yeah, I will. If you for $1 billion, I will move myself over to Truth Social. I will, of course, take my audience with me, and they will make life miserable for everyone there. Yes, it'll cost $666 million in small unmarked bills. And if you think you're going to pull a Walter on me from the Big Lebowski, forget it. What's crypto? It's a disease you get. Well, it's what Marjorie Taylor Greene has. I don't know if you know this, but Marjorie Taylor Greene has a horrible case of crypto. It's when your feet look like are so gnarly that a mummy would go bleh. This is I thought in keeping with the theme this week, and we're gonna revisit another chapter of 2000 Mules today, and I've of course got Don Jr.'s reaction to the fact that his dad is inching closer and closer to indictment, and the stress alone must be enormous. This is the Blaze, and the Blaze describes it. What the hell happened to my? What in the Sam Hill? There you go. There was a big, like, one of these days I'll have a real studio, kids. Marjorie Taylor Greene, wonderfully is here to give us all what for, tell us all what's up, and you know, and why we don't need to see the January 6th committee. You know what I mean? It's all going to be lies anyways, and you don't learn anything from watching someone lie, which is actually bullshit, because my entire show is almost predicated on me watching someone lie and giving you my take on it. It's kind of fascinating that it's actually quite helpful to watch the other side's argument, and not in a filtered sense. I mean, obviously I'm stopping along the way, but not in a clipped, out of context way. So you can see not only that they're lying assholes, but they're gigantic lying assholes. This is getting the analogy isn't. Every analogy eventually dies. My father, when I was growing up, I used to call him an asshole connoisseur, because one of his favorite his favorite, like, I guess, categorizations was the eternal question: what kind of an asshole would ... You know, what kind of an asshole would wear a shirt like that? What kind of an asshole drives in the middle? What kind of you know what I mean? And the answer was precisely that form of asshole, Dad. It was a weird conversation to have with your father. So she apparently, I don't know if you know this, but Democrats sat stunned. You can see them. They're all in these seats. By the way, sit stunned as MTG discusses new facts that have come out on Jan 6 is the title of this thing. Now, she's got time to speak. She's allotted. And that time is uninterrupted. That's the purpose. They're not stunned. They're observing the rules. Now, when it comes to somebody like MTG or Lauren Boebert, we often know that in spite of the rules, they will often, get all wrapped up in a big jibber jabber and not be able to sit still. So I'm curious. Yeah, so we'll see. I want to see what the new facts were. New facts ready to go. And I'm sure, I apologize ahead of time if I have no retorts about this, because I may apparently end up sitting stunned during the whole thing if she shows her feet.
I really appreciate you bringing up these very important details that I highly doubt we will hear anything about from the January 6th committee.
Yep. Whatever these details are, we're not going to hear anything about them.
You know, there's some very interesting facts that came out today, as a matter of fact.
Today? What are the odds?
Reporting on the failure of this chamber, this Capitol to be secured. And I want to...
Oh, so it was a failure of, it was a defensive failure. And I'm glad she brings this up. Now, I know I'm not sitting stunned like I'm supposed to. But in retrospect, I guess we're all... she's way too loud, I beg your pardon. Oh, that's because we had to turn the audio up because of Dinesh's thing. Sorry, fixing.
I'm going to tell you something.
Let me tell you something. Yeah, now we know that anytime Trump has a gathering, there should be a necessary amount of security in case any of his group decides to break away and try to kill people. So, you know, but then I think everybody was assuming, kind of like pre 9/11, that most airplanes weren't going to crash into the Twin Towers. Knowing what we had now, we could have, you know, this is her basic suggestion is it's the Twin Towers' fault for not having anti-aircraft batteries around them.
On January 6th, I was a brand new member of Congress, and I want you...
And yet, it still felt old already.
You to know,
How many days had you been here, Representative Green?
January 3rd was my first day on the job.
So you've been here 3 days?
That's right,
okay.
3 days.
Jesus Christ, she can't speak on her own? Does she have a spotter? What's happening?
All right.
And I looked at the Capitol and thought this was the most...
All right, Marge, we talked about this in committee. You'll have time to talk, but you're going to have somebody out there to keep you on fucking track so you don't go into cuckoo land, okay? And yeah, I said cuckoo.
Secure building that I could possibly be in at least in this city, possibly in the country, because it's our nation's capital.
And the assumption is that the where there might be a terrorist attack, we certainly have a certain resilience against like airplanes flying into the space without clearance and bomb sniffing dogs and all kinds of shit. We're not really built at this point to deal with attacks by the sitting president's psycho followers. We're fixing that, but it's kind of a new problem.
And tragically, we found out it was not, and I was shocked by that.
I was shocked that I was shocked that I had to tell the rioters where we were hiding. Me and Lauren were trying to tell them where, like, it was all, we were saying, oh, we'll know they've got a system where the speaker goes in this little room, and she goes, I was asking questions. Where does Pelosi go, like, if there's an attack, hypothetically? Where would she be sent to? And they sent her somewhat place else, and I was having to tweet in the middle of it.
What amazes me is
intellectual curiosity. No.
The overwhelming amount of evidence that the National Guard was requested to be here, and it was continuously turned down. And the biggest shocker to me is that there's 3 people.
It's the biggest shocker to me is that nobody knew that Trump's supporters were violent psychopaths who were going to attack the building. I mean, what kind of an idiot doesn't realize that if you have a Trump rally that close to the Capitol, you're going to need tens of thousands of National Guard troops because he's a fucking psychopath and his followers are insane. I mean, look, I got voted on his ticket. I know that.
3 people that turned it down. It was Chuck Schumer in the Senate, Nancy Pelosi in the House, and Mayor Muriel Bowser.
If I could interject for just a moment, who,
if I could stop you just there, if I don't mind, this feels like a timeshare sales pitch. Now, I'm just a regular guy off the street, but I've got some questions for you. If you could answer them, I'd be glad to. I feel like you'd be glad to. Anybody selling such a great product sounds like a decent human being to me. Now, let me ask you a question. Would a guy like me feel comfortable in a prefab neighborhood like this? I'm an outdoorsy guy. Well, as a matter of fact, we do have indoor ski slopes. They're only 8 feet, and there is a fairly steep and hard wall at the end of it, but that's, 2.5 seconds of bliss. Thanks so much.
Who's in charge of security here in the House of Representatives?
The Sergeant at Arms, and that would be
employed
Nancy
by
Pelosi.
Right.
Nancy Pelosi,
The Speaker.
the Speaker of the House.
Again, what the fuck is this? What I think they're stunned by the idiocy of this. Like, this is one of the, like, Your Honor, Mr. President, I would, a point of order. Do you want to call for a floor vote? No. I would just like to ask for my check. We have decided to skip dessert. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Is the one in charge of the.
Yes, and why didn't Nancy Pelosi know that Trump was going to send his supporters down there with the Proud Boys to attack the fucking place? I mean, yeah, it's obvious to anyone. I mean, in retrospect.
The House Sergeant at Arms. And the House Sergeant at Arms and the Senate Sergeant at Arms
weren't interested in Trump loyalist National Guards people from all over the country being bussed up here from fucking Texas and a bunch of red states that Donald Trump very possibly lost in the election, but managed to, I guess, pad the voter rolls so that he, you know, and fake some ballots.
What?
So that he could save himself from the embarrassment of losing the popular vote again.
What?
And still ended up, you know, not even crossing the threshold in a bunch of those states. And luckily, a bunch of his fake votes in red states actually kept him from losing.
turned down the request for the National Guard to keep all of us safe
From Trump supporters.
from the threats that they knew existed.
Are we
The threats that they knew existed. They knew Trump was a sore loser. They knew he was a complete asshole. They knew he was unpresidential, psychotic, lonely, has low self-esteem, can't handle losing, and his followers like him for all those reasons. How did they not know he was going to race up to the Capitol and grab it by the pussy? I mean, seriously.
going to find out if they got ordered to do that by the Speaker
Yeah, they got a stand-down order. This is like Benghazi, the Capitol edition.
or by the leader in the Senate?
When
We're going to find that
Republicans-
out tonight?
No, we will not hear that from the January 6th committee that has spent millions of taxpayer dollars supposedly investigating January 6th. I highly doubt we will hear that.
Yeah. Why are they looking for the rapist and trying to charge him with crimes and looking at his history and his love letters and his stalking and all the stuff that showed that he was planning this and he was going to do it? Why are they looking at that and not looking at what she was wearing on that day? Okay? The question is, why wasn't the victim strapped with a bazooka at the time? Why did she think she had the right to just go about her business? It is not, I mean, why don't you just ring the dinner bell?
But I want you to know that when we take back majority, these will be the investigations that we take on. Now, I want you to know some other things that really.
You're going to investigate why. Well, I'll tell you what you'll find out is that the sergeant at arms asked for more Capitol Police, and they eventually got them or whatever, and they were on standby and the like, but that the National Guard troops were turned away because they were oddly chosen from states that Trump had won and had were aligned with the governors who had filed a lawsuit against Georgia and other swing states to try and toss the election his way. And there was a bit of concern that there'd be a bit of like militia bullshit going on, and this would be the day they would help take it was bad enough that they had the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, who were part of some of these militias, showing up there in an unofficial capacity. Imagine if they're like, "Hey, Gary, good to see you. What's happening, Frank? Let's get the fuck in there and do this."
Bother me, as we've spoken about the failure and absolutely purposeful refusal to protect this Capitol.
Yeah. How we need to impeach Nancy Pelosi on the premise that she did not take the threat of Donald Trump to this country seriously enough. So says MTG. Fucking hell.
By Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, Chuck Schumer, and Mayor Muriel Bowser. These are the failures. They did it on purpose. There's other things I don't think we'll hear about tonight, and I want to remind everyone.
Great. Yes. Number one is that Nancy Pelosi, in her, because she's young and naive, did not believe that while Trump supporters would be assholes and whatnot, did not believe that they would actually charge the fucking place, take a dump in the rotunda, carry in a Confederate flag, set up a gallows and attempt to shoot her and hang the vice president. I don't know why she didn't think this. I don't know why it was. I mean, honestly.
Number one.
It's actually number two, but most of your reasons are.
We still do not know who the pipe bomber is.
We do have some ideas. Apparently they were speaking on a Reddit thread and they called themselves Funky Feet.
Who is the person? There are videos everywhere. It's all over the FBI website.
There's not videos everywhere. There's 2 videos.
But we don't hear that coming out consistently from the January 6th.
Consistently? I think it's going to be a part of it. They're looking for it. I mean, we're pretty sure it was Charlie Kirk in MTG drag.
Committee. You know what else we don't hear enough about?
What else don't we hear enough about? Why Trump had every right to plant pipe bombs and attack the Capitol.
We do not understand
basic English.
What is happening to the over 800 people who have been arrested and charged for the events on January 6th?
Sure you do. A lot of them were turned loose. The ones that weren't, it was because there was extenuating circumstances specific to their behavior or the level of crime that they had committed. They all have representation that they either are paying for or is provided by the state. And if they're incarcerated and can't make bail, it's because their bail was set at a high enough number because they were considered a danger going forward, and they're being held pre-trial because they're considered a threat to public safety. What part of that is hard to grasp?
We don't know what is happening to them, and there are dozens of them right here in this city wasting away in the...
Wasting away? I did not realize you got margaritas in the actual DC jail.
DC jail. Being treated like political prisoners of...
No, they're just...
war.
No, they're being treated like common criminals, actually. They're the only thing that makes them special in the jail at all is the fact that is sort of why they're there. But every other thing that they're being, every other aspect of their treatment is identical to people who are there for assault or rape or robbery with an armed robbery specifically, or suspicion of murder or something like that, or attempted murder, which is in alignment with the activity of the people who are actually still incarcerated.
And you know what? This is before they have been convicted of anything.
Yeah, it's called pretrial detention because they're dangerous. Yeah, a bunch of them walked. 2 people beating one of the cops. One of them went home already. One of them is in jail. Why? Because he told the judge, like, if you let me out, I'll do it again. Fuck yeah. I was acting on behalf of the president. All right, we can't let you go. What about you, sir? Nah, I was caught up in bullshit. He's nuts. I wouldn't do that again. That's fucking crazy. I don't know what I was thinking. And I'm standing there going, what am I doing? And, but I mean, obviously I'm going to have the trial, but I wouldn't do that. Mercy of the court, Your Honor. All right. We'll put an ankle monitor on you. You can go home.
They are there pre-trial, and no one cares about them. No one on this January 6th committee dares to ask a question, what is happening to these people?
Well, it's because we know what's happening. We have a judicial system. What the fuck are you talking about? Honest to God, I don't know what, the level of ignorance about this is stunning. They're in jail. They committed a violent crime. The judge in that particular, in their particular individual case, unlike some of the others that were allowed to go home, went, fuck, this person is dangerous. You need to stay in jail until we can either you secure your release with some sort of collateral that we actually think has some fucking meaning to you, where you won't just amscray or go out in a hail of bullets like some nutcase, or you just stay here until we put you on trial. Like, what the fuck? What does she give a shit about everybody else who's, has pretrial detention?
And why their due process rights are being so flagrantly and
I love the smell of due process rights in the morning. Really? Really?
these people, and why their due process rights are being so flagrantly and horrifically violated. Pre-trial, they are sitting in that jail. Do you know they have begged to go to Guantanamo Bay because they think terrorists are treated better than they are?
Yeah, we know. They're morons, Marge. Flagrantly. They are being flagrantly denied their rights. They're begging to go to Guantanamo because not only do they believe all the bullshit Donald Trump told them about their own fucking government, but they also believe that, Gitmo is full of fucking baby eaters and they've never had baby before. And does it taste like pork or chicken? I've always wondered.
They are treated there.
That's because you're stupid. You're fucking moron. You're not treated better. Okay, by the way, allow them. I would say, to save DC money, if any of these assholes want to go to Guantanamo, good luck in your senior year. What the shit? This is how... And by the way, they're very asking for this. Shows you how inserious they are as human beings. Yes, that is Dog the Bounty Hunter self that's talking.
But no one cares about them. These people have been arrested and charged, and they're wasting in jail. You want to know?
Yes, they've been arrested and charged, and they're being kept in jail because they have been judged to be a flight risk or a danger to the community, and because they are unrepentant psychopaths who all they want is another shot at the Capitol. The fuck? Where do you think you're going, dummy?
I know something else that we're probably not going to hear about.
I don't know how fragrantly there no one oh, sorry. I don't know. What's your third one?
What about the fact that there's a man named Ray Epps? Do you know who's not in the DC jail?
Ray Epps, right.
Ray Epps. Ray Epps is not in the DC jail.
Yeah, Ray Epps didn't beat a cop. Ray Epps didn't actually enter the building. And so far as I know, Ray Epps may have been an instigator, is the idea. Yeah, here you go. In case you don't know, they throw this shit up. Dude, even Tucker Carlson was doing this bullshit. Hold on, I gotta slide this over so it fits. This is the Ray Epps bullshit. Recordings released to defense lawyers directly challenge assertions by prominent Republicans that an Arizona man named Ray Epps was a federal informant and helped start the Capitol riot. And again, the argument still being here, kind of like why didn't Nancy Pelosi know we were a bunch of fucking nutcases? How come she didn't surround the place with mines? The same thing is true of Ray Epps. This guy is basically a fucking hypnotist. If he hadn't said storm the Capitol, we wouldn't have done it. Prominent Republicans, including former President Donald J. Trump, prominent, have for months promoted a conspiracy theory that an Arizona man named Ray Epps was a federal informant who helped to instigate the attack on the Capitol on Jan 6. Again, he told us to jump off the cliff, Your Honor. He was captain of the Lemming Squad. The claims made in congressional hearing rooms, on Fox News, and at Trump's political rallies have largely been based on a video taken just before the violence erupted at the Capitol, showing Mr. Epps at the barricades outside the building, whispering into the ear of a man named Ryan Samsel. That guy, he basically told him to knock it off, that the cops were doing their job, and that's what that guy said. Within moments of the brief exchange, Mr. Samsel, a Pennsylvania barber, can be seen moving forward and confronting the police in what amounted to be the tipping point of the riot. And again, what the fuck is he? The riot whisperer? How is he... At what point... You can't sue gun manufacturers who have ads about your AR-15. Who needs a dick? But this guy whispers in one guy's ear, and we're like, why aren't we locking this guy up? Besides, it's a violation of free speech. Whispering is not covered by free speech, y'all. All right. Despite lacking proof of their claims, When has that ever stopped him? Many Republicans have surmised that Mr. Epps instructed Mr. Samsel to antagonize the officers. They have also pushed the notion that Mr. Epps has not been arrested. He must have been working for the government. But for more than a year, well before the name Ray Epps was widely known in right-wing circles, federal authorities have had information from both him and Mr. Samsel suggesting that he was not a government agent and did not encourage the younger man to engage with the police that day. This is fun. Just 2 days after the attack, when Epps saw himself on a list of suspects, he called an FBI tip line and told instigators he'd try to calm Mr. Samsel down when they spoke. According to 3 people who had heard a recording of the call, Mr. Epps went on to say that he had explained to Mr. Samsel the police outside the building were just doing their jobs, the people said. Then in late January of last year, in an interview with the FBI, Mr. Samsel said much the same thing, telling investigators that a man he did not know came up to him at the barricades and suggested he relax, according to the interview obtained by the New York Times. He came up to me and he said, dude, his entire words were, relax. The cops are just doing their job. The theories surrounding Epps have been debunked before, most notably after he spoke last year to investigators working with the House Select Committee examining the Jan 6 attack. During the interview, of course, he went from being the riot whisperer to the worst anti-riot whisperer in history. It did not work. Still, the rumors about him have persisted. Okay, I mean, last month, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, representative of Georgia, mentioned Mr. Epps and his supposed role in fomenting the Capitol riot during a hearing in Atlanta held to determine whether she could be labeled an insurrectionist barred from the Constitution. Yeah, that was in her. We covered that. Recordings of Mr. Epps and Samsel were released by the government last week as a discovery disclosure to scores of defense lawyers representing people charged with the crimes in the connection with the attack. A spokesman for the Justice Department declined to comment on why prosecutors have held on to the material so long and decided not to make it public. Right-wing chatter about Mr. Epps, who is 60 and runs a wedding and event venue in Queen Creek, Arizona, began last spring after videos of him at a pro-Trump rally in Washington started to circulate online. Aside from the clip with Mr. Samsel, Epps was caught on video standing in a crowd of Trump supporters on the night of Jan 5th, urging his campaigners to go into the Capitol the next day. At a hearing in October, Representative Thomas Massey showed the clip of Epps encouraging the crowd and used it to question Merrick Garland on whether federal agents had acted as agitators on Jan 6. And the idea is that he was clearly a Fed. That's why he asked people to go into the Capitol the night before and then told the dude not to bother the cops and said, dude, they're just doing their job the next day, because like all Trump fans, he is hypocritical and full of shit.
And I know because I went in the DC jail.
Yes, and could I have a small request that the next time you go, hang out for a while.
I did not see him there. He also is on video over and over again telling people to go in the Capitol.
Once, actually, the night before.
Well, I'm sure we'll hear about Ray Epps this evening.
I don't think we're going to hear about Ray Epps. I don't think so. I don't think he's on the witness list. You know,
this is like it's like a debate team trying to do a vaudeville routine.
who else we probably won't hear about? The man on the scaffolding.
The man on the scaffolding. You know, that guy. The guy that was on the scaffolding of all the... I know what you're thinking. Weren't there lots of guys on the scaffolding? No. One guy.
The so-called scaffolding commander.
The so-called scaffolding commander. You know that guy. Nobody's talking about the scaffolding commander.
That told the crowd, told them, sent them, gave them orders to go in the Capitol.
And they had to follow them because he had a MAGA hat on and a bullhorn. And I mean, what are you going to do? Not commit a massive felony? The guy's got a bullhorn, okay? You're a Trump supporter. Basically, all you're hearing is mooing. You move through the hole in the fence.
Storm the Capitol. I haven't heard about him being questioned. Have you?
No, I have not.
No.
I'm sorry, was he a person of authority? I mean, you guys should know him, shouldn't you?
Oh, you want to know something else? Here's a woman
who built the fucking gallows. That's what I want to know.
We don't hear anything about. A woman named Roseanne Boylan.
Roseanne Boylan.
That was trampled in the tunnel. Trampled to death. Mm-hmm. We never hear anything about this woman.
Yes, we do, actually. Right after this happened, I Hold on. There you go. This lady, yeah. Hold on. Where's the? I want to see the date on this one. There you go. Here we go. How about this? Nobody even gives a shit about this woman. The news didn't even cover this, except when they did on January 15th, 2021, and then they updated again May 31st. Roseanne Boylan, a 34-year-old Trump supporter from Georgia who died, and you know what that means. She was at the Capitol. She was undercover Antifa, who died during an attack at the Capitol, appears to have been killed in a crush of fellow rioters during their attempt to fight through a police line, according to videos reviewed by The Times. So, wait a minute. So, how is Nancy Pelosi to blame for Trump supporters trampling one of their own? Though videos have circulated widely, Miss Boylan's presence in them had gone unnoticed until now, and the manner of her death had previously been unclear. The video showed her body on the ground just outside the door on the Capitol's west side. That was the scene of some of the day's worst violence. Her clothes and backpack strap in the videos matched those she was wearing in a picture of her taken earlier that day, and two witnesses, one of whom tried to help her, gave similar accounts of her death. Ripped jeans, backpack. The most ironic flag ever. We live in a simulation. We have to. Sorry, that's fucked up. I've never seen that picture before. That is ridiculous. I'm not laughing at her death. I'm just like, that's just fucking absurd. I'm sorry. It's just awful. She's carrying a "Don't Tread on Me" flag at a Trump rally, and Trump supporters trampled her to death. Fuck me. That is ridiculous. Read the update. Okay. This is really sad too, because fuck. I mean, what are you doing there, lady? Here's how the fatal rush unfolded. Around 2:30 p.m., right after Trump was trying to figure out the best way to tell these assholes he loved them, on the west side of the Capitol, forced their way through the lines of the Metropolitan Police officers and swarmed to a second-level promenade. There they headed toward a door and tunnel traditionally used by presidents when they emerged for their inauguration. As soon as the crowd entered the tunnel, they were met by a line of riot police. Even as they began to push, a rioter could be heard on the video warning, "Stop pushing, someone's going to get hurt." Within an hour, the hallway became packed with rioters. Around 2:50, an independent photojournalist, John Farina, entered and began filming. The mob, which can be seen massed together in a dangerous crush, attacked officers and attempted to use the weight of their combined bodies to push the officers back, trapping many people in the process. Both sides filled the air with chemical irritant sprays. They fired back and forth. The battle inside continued for another hour as new arrivals eagerly joined the line of rioters filing into the packed hallway to replace those who were injured or tired. Visible among those new arrivals is Miss Boylan, identifiable in a YouTube video wearing her American flag sunglasses, packed amid the crowd surging towards the door. Justin Winchell, a friend who attended the protest with her that day, is in the crowd as well, but cannot be seen in the video. At 4:19, the mob can be seen taking another push in. Nobody talked about this. Nobody even reported on this. I don't know. Marge is right. There's not even any pictures. Especially the establishment Democrat liberal press like the New York Times. At 4:19, fucking tracking it minute by minute. The mob can be seen making another push into the doorway. Less than a minute later, the police push back, and the mob can be seen tumbling out of the door and down the steps. Mr. Winchell, in a bright blue hooded sweatshirt, is now just visible at the top of the steps. For the next 7 minutes, he can be seen pulling people away, appearing to search for Miss Boylan as rioters continue to tumble out the door. There is a lull in the fighting. The crowd chants, "I can't breathe," a rallying cry of Black Lives Matter protests. So let me get this straight. A group of maggots trampled a woman who was carrying a "Don't Tread on Me" flag to death, crushing her while yelling, "I can't breathe." It's unclear from the videos if Miss Boylan was alive at this time, but two rioters, one wielding a stick and the other a crutch, I remember them, launched a new attack on police at 4:27 p.m., making it virtually impossible for officers to give her aid if they were able to notice her at all. Boylan is visible in a video laying on her side in front of the door, her black hooded sweatshirt, arm, and face partially visible as men clash with police above her. This is her down here, I guess. Man reaches to help Boylan. In the chaos, two men spotted Miss Boylan on the ground, dragged her away from the door. The men laid Miss Boylan out on the steps and attempted to resuscitate her. At least two individuals can be seen on video providing CPR at the top of the steps. Another man wearing a purple jacket can be seen apparently negotiating with police so that the rioters can get Miss Boylan assistance. The fucking nerve. Roughly 2.5 minutes later, she's pulled away from the door. The men carried Miss Boylan back to the police line. Yeah, now you're asking the fucking police for help. Even as rioters continue to throw poles and other objects at the officers. At least two people present during the fighting at the door recounted on video how they had seen a woman being trampled in the mob. One man who live streamed under the name Villain Report, lovely, said in a YouTube video posted to his channel that he saw a woman collapse from an asphyxiation inside the tunnel. The man said he tried to feel the woman's pulse after she was dragged away from the door, but found nothing. A Times review of the videos confirmed that he had been among the men surrounding Boylan's body. By the time they decided to pick the person up and give them to a police officer, she had blue lips and blood was coming out of her nose. I don't think that person will be revived. In another video, a rioter identified as 25-year-old Edward Jacob Lang also said he'd been seen a woman trampled in the hallway. In social media posts, Lang blamed the police for the stampede and shared images of himself participating in the fight at the door. Police and FBI agents arrested Lang from his home in Newburgh, New York on January 16th. Let me guess. He was released on his own recognizance. FBI arrests Orange County man seen in Capitol riot pictures he posted. There he is. Orange County police arrested a man for posted pictures on social media, including one that said, "This is me." That's a good answer for Dinesh D'Souza and his bullshit 1,000 years. How did they find these people so quickly? Because they fucking posted videos from the actual site that showed them at the Capitol, sweaty, fighting with cops, going, "This is me." FBI just showed up at Lang's home in Newburgh Saturday and took him into custody. They also executed a search warrant. Not announced specific charges, 1,000 supporters, law enforcement, blah, blah, blah. They updated it. No. Okay. So, Nobody talked about her. What about her? Nobody's even asking about her. Nobody knows. Nobody even knows. By the way, you're watching HAL SPARKS Mega Worldwide. I'm the only person I think that does these things long form. Yeah.
She died in the tunnel of this Capitol, and I saw the video myself when I was in the D.C. jail from one of the people being held there, pre-trial, by the way.
Oh, you mean one of the people who was near her, participated in the situation that caused her death? Let me introduce you guys to a concept. Let me introduce you to a concept that Marjorie Taylor Greene is for. This is from the Marshall Project, but in 2012, 4 teenagers and their 21-year-old friend decided to burgle a house in their hometown of Elkhart County, Indiana. No one in the group had any weapons, and they picked a house they thought was unoccupied. The homeowner was actually asleep upstairs and armed. When the 5 kicked down the back door, Rodney Scott came downstairs and fired his gun, killing 21-year-old Danzel Johnson and hitting another in the leg. The surviving members of the group, who became known as the Elkhart Four, were soon facing up to 55 years in prison for a murder they didn't plan, intend, or commit. The sentences were the result of a complicated and controversial statute called felony murder. Most states have some version of a felony murder law. This is where everybody who charged into the Capitol, especially the ones who were trying to break through barriers, are responsible under the felony murder laws for Ashley Babbitt's death. Such statutes allow for defendants to be convicted of murder and in some cases face execution if a death occurs because of a felony they commit, even if they were not the direct killer. This, by the way, is a law that this asshole is for. There is no situation where this idiot is not going to call for that exact thing. You barge into somebody's house, 5 of you, intending to burgle the place, and the person is armed, and they castle doctrine the fuck out of their living room and shoot one of you. The court in that area is going to charge the other people that were with the burglars with murder because you participated in a situation that got your friend killed because you were committing a felony at the time. And this idiot is absolutely for that. So she went to visit this asshole in the jail who was participating in the crush that killed this woman. And I mean, the irony stacking up in this case, in her recollection, is insane.
Of her body being drug across the floor, and then
to the police by the rioters who got her killed trying to seek help while other maggots were attacking the cops.
it was taken somewhere else. Do you know what happened
Yeah, they just took her somewhere else. What'd they do? Just take her to an incinerator?
when they were dragging her body away? They pulled her away from someone that was giving her CPR. She was
Who's they? The fuck do you mean they? So what? It was unsuccessful. She was not coming back. They needed more than somebody. They needed a fucking defibrillator, if anything, if she had any goddamn chance. Drag them. Yeah, they were busy working on her, and some asshole just came and snagged her. Who was it? Somebody from Pelosi's office? Was it AOC? Was it a bunch of like queer activists who decided to run down to the tunnel and like that woman might live? Get her. Get the fuck out of here.
pulled away from life-saving CPR.
What? What is wrong with you? Yes, this is why Democrats sit stunned as MTG discusses new facts and why they have to be in quotes that have come out on Jan 6. She was dragged initially to the police by other maggots, by other rioters who were like, fuck, this woman's dead and we can't save her. What the hell?
Why did that happen? Are we going to hear about that?
No, we're not. And by the way, why don't you ask one of the assholes in the DC jail? Did the guy that showed you the video show them what were they friends with the person who dragged the woman away from life-saving CPR? The hell?
From the committee tonight?
No, because you're a fucking lunatic.
I doubt it. They don't
Right.
care about Roseanne Boylan.
By the way, there's a list of people who apparently don't care about Roseanne Boylan, and the congressional Democrats and the people on the Jan 6 committee who want to make sure that situations like that don't happen again, so there are no new Roseanne Boylans, are way down on the list, apparently, compared to the people at the top of the list who don't give a fuck about Roseanne Boylan, including you and all the people who like this coordinated attack on the Capitol and are upset it wasn't successful.
Here's my major issue.
Cognitive ability, cognitive dissonance, a smooth brain.
We are representatives of the people of the United States of America.
Well, your job is to be a representative. You're not representative of the general populace. Thank Jesus.
And all I hear from everyone in this body is all they care about is themselves.
Well, you only talk to Republicans, dummy. She literally does not communicate with Democrats. Of course that's all you only hang out with Matt Gaetz. Of course that's all you're fucking hearing. You're friends with Donald Trump. That's the only sentences they know. Fuckhead. These are, by the way, these are the same people who think it's a slam to call me a B, C, or D list celebrity on social media, while at the same time saying all A list celebrities are baby eating pedophiles. So should I be thanking them, or is there only people I talk to? Like, I was just talking to this asshole. He didn't care about me.
The American people are suffering from so many things happening from the decisions of this body.
Or the lack of decisions, like running interference against common sense gun reform, for example.
But the people in this body and the people on that committee don't care about Roseanne Boylan from...
Well, they care about there not being any more Roseanne Boylans. You can't save Roseanne Boylan, but you can make sure there are no more. So that's a form of caring. It's beyond your comprehension. I recognize this. You're a dum-dum, but that's the point.
From Georgia, by the way. They don't care about her family.
Wait a minute. She was from Georgia?
Roseanne Boylan from Georgia, by the way.
You mean your state? Oh, well, then I'm sure, because it was your state, you're in the process of going on a long investigative journey about what brought her to that moment and how she ended up getting crushed in the first place by her fellow Trump supporters, and how those people rushed in alongside her, and what took her from your lovely state of Georgia to meet her demise in the Capitol tunnel.
They don't care about her family. They don't care about justice for them.
What do you mean justice? The asshole in jail who showed you video is partly responsible for her death, you fucking putz.
They don't care about anything else but, oh, what happened to us on January 6th?
All they're on about is they were going to shoot me. They were going to hang me. They were going to string me up. They were going to murder me. They won't go on. They don't care about one of the people that was there to murder them dying at the hands of the other people that were there to murder them. What? So selfish, y'all.
Well, what happened to the American cities in 2020 that were burned and looted?
I don't know. They don't exist anymore. They're basically like, Sevastopol or Mariupol at this point. I don't even know. Does LA even exist anymore? Has anybody seen Portland lately? We need to LoJack Portland. We keep losing it.
And
Portland isn't real, just like birds.
Destroyed because of BLM violence.
Right, and people who committed the violence could and should go to jail. That's not the same as the protests. And just like I'm making a distinction between the people who watch Trump are assholes nonetheless, but they went home. I don't have a problem with those fucking people. I mean, I think they're ridiculous, but I don't want them in jail or harmed in any way. And I make a distinction between those that were at the rally and left, and those that were at the rally and attacked. This is a very important distinction. If you attacked, fuck you. Same thing with burning down buildings. Fuck you. Sorry. By the way, it's one of the reasons why I voted for Joe Biden. That was his attitude as well. Genuine protest is worthwhile. Once you start destroying property, you're the fucking problem, dummy. Same thing here, stupid. I'm not asking for them to fucking round up people who were there to hear the Link Greenwood song for the umpteenth fucking time.
Nothing.
Nothing. By the way, she's lying on the floor of the Congress.
All that money raised on Act Blue for BLM, it went in their pockets. No one paid to rebuild those communities.
So I see. So if you fundraise for the Red Cross, and the Red Cross isn't in the construction business, they're somehow responsible for the houses that go unrebuilt after a hurricane, even though their job is to deal with the people. All right.
Not at all. You know what else we probably won't hear about?
Adrenochrome.
Is Michael Byrd, who shot and killed Ashley Babbitt right out there.
Right. Actually, we probably will.
We don't hear about his reckless record of
Reckless record?
guns, which is all we've talked about all weekend here.
I'm sorry, there is no such thing as a reckless record of guns. Guns are never bad. They're always good. The only thing that can ever be bad about a gun is when it runs out of bullets and you don't have a giant magazine duct taped to the one that just emptied. I don't understand what you're talking about. So the problem isn't that he was reckless with his gun in the past. It was that he was not reckless with the volume and capacity that was necessary.
We aren't hearing about that. Why aren't we hearing about that record?
Well, because it's not germane to the circumstance, because what happened was on video and his job was to stop anyone from coming through that point. And there was an attack going on and they were evacuating people. And it was his job to hold that line. She was the first one through the glass. Sorry. And by the way, she was the pipe bomber. That's why we don't know yet. It wasn't you. It was another blonde. It was Ashley Babbitt. Prove me wrong. I'm, of course, being facetious. The point being is that she had a backpack on like a bunch of these other people. Tell me what was in the backpack. Tell me what was in it as she was coming through the window. Tell me it didn't have pipe bombs. Tell me it didn't have a gun. You think they went through the fucking metal detectors when they came in? If you're the first person in an attack on the Capitol through a broken window to attack Congress, you're not there to give them a letter that you wrote about your needs as a constituent.
Why? Why isn't he standing trial?
Because he was doing his duty and his job at that time, and it's abundantly clear that he was literally ordered to hold that line, and she crawled through a freshly bashed in window, and you can see them evacuating people in the back.
He's not.
Right.
He just gets to get away with it.
Weird.
Did you know, and it's on video, I bet you we won't see this video, but I've seen it and it's out there. Did you know Ashley Babbitt was trying to stop people from breaking in?
By what? Plugging the hole with her body?
That is on video. I've watched it over and over. She was trying to stop people from breaking in. And then she
was climbing up through the window with both hands. She wasn't going, get back. She was doing this.
Was shot and killed. Yes, a lot happened on January 6th. And
yeah, a lot of things happened. People had breakfast.
Here's my question. You know what else? And the American taxpayer
the taxpayer, look, if I could pay my taxes in urine right now, lady, I would gladly pay your salary. No, it's just fine.
Taxpayers pay for this. There's surveillance cameras all over this building.
Right.
If we really want to know the truth about January 6th, it's real easy. All we have to do is release the video footage, and everyone can see for themselves.
Well, they are. That's part of it.
What exactly happened? And I think the American people deserve that. While they have to.
Also, what footage do you think we haven't seen? What exculpatory moment? What singular, yeah, he took a shit in the rotunda, but he didn't wipe with the flag. It was actually a roll of paper towels he found in Nancy Pelosi's office. What kind of people do you think we are as taxpayers?
Watch and go through this big cinematic production tonight and carrying on for weeks and weeks and weeks. And the American people pay for it, by the way. The American people.
Yeah, there was a giant attack on the fucking Capitol. What was your opinion of the 9/11 Commission or the fucking Warren Commission? Shit matters.
Deserve to see all the video surveillance, not just the little cut and pasted pieces that the January 6th committee is going to show tonight. And most of all, I want to finish with.
Again, I would like to hear, I've heard this bullshit from Trump as well, because he thinks there's parts of this video which include, I guess, the area where cops were waving people in certain doors, where it was abundantly clear we're outmatched, and they're telling each other on the radio, look, we can't cover everybody, but if we let them in one area, we can make sure that they're isolated. We can lock these doors and lock those doors, and we can corral them out another way We can head them west while we're getting everybody out east. That's our only opportunity. So they came over like, hey, here's a door over here. Come in this way. We'll open this gate. And all these assholes, because they're stupid, and it's an uncoordinated attack, thank God, they ran, they were like, yeah, and they ran exactly the direction. It's what saved people's lives. It's what you would call like a tactical withdrawal from a specific area because you want them to flood into that area so that you could save something that's more important.
There is something terrible happening in this process, and it's called defamation of character.
Oh dear. Not what? What? We just got through the Johnny Depp Amber Turd trial, and now we've got another defamation. This is terrible. I mean, it's one thing that a woman was crushed to death, but people are being called names.
The 45th president of the United States.
Oh, okay, so thanks for clarifying that he's not the president right now.
His character is being defamed.
I don't know that it's being defamed. I think they're just showing his complete lack of character. So maybe they get off on a technicality, Marge.
And all of his staff and
all of his staff? Well, not all of his staff. Some of them are testifying against him.
His family and all Republicans. Everyone.
Well, not all Republicans. There's a couple of them on the actual committee, and there's a bunch of them that are like holding their nose and standing back who are kind of assholes, but maybe salvageable. You're not included in that group, obviously.
Everyone's reputation is being defamed
because of their alignment with this horrible act.
Lies are being told about all of us and President Trump just for politics, and it makes me sick.
It's weird. It's almost like you're using Roseanne Boylan's death just for politics, and that kind of makes me sick. So maybe we're quitsies.
It absolutely disgusts.
I don't know why she froze in this moment. The video froze, but that's the quality of the blaze for you, I suppose.
Me. If we're supposed to represent the American people, and
why is that? I mean, it stopped. It literally. I'm just hearing audio.
We're supposed to do a good job and uphold.
Yeah, when are you going to start?
This place with honor.
See my earlier question.
And keep its reputation good for the people we
okay, so far, massive fail, Marge.
Serve. Then we should be truthful. But what's about to happen tonight is not going to be truthful. It's going to be a political narrative, and it's all for politics.
Well, I mean, you haven't seen it yet. You can't. So aren't you not being truthful? You're making an assumption. And when you assume, it makes an ass out of you, Enzo. Just you.
And it is sickening. And with that, I'll yield back my time.
Yes, so believe me, you're not the only one who says it's sickening after you yield back your time. So that works.
If you enjoyed this video...
I did not. Jeez, God. Also, what? Lady in Red. What is happening at the Blaze? Where they have glowing gingers in red clothing. Is this just left with a red microphone and go? What kind of televangelist shit is this? What?
Video hit.
No, I didn't like it. I'm not gonna do that or whatever. Hi, you're watching HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide. We went through it. We went through the whole fucking thing. Red rain. Red rain is coming down. Red rain. So, obviously, those closest to Trump seem to be panicking the most. And it's interesting to me how much the narrative from those guys is that when Democrats or protesters or social justice warriors, anybody who's clamoring about an issue like climate change or something like that, that the volume and the verve with which they espouse their beliefs is indicative to the right of how little they actually believe in the cause, that they're actually lying about it or what have you. They're panicking because they know they're losing, so that's why they're saying this. That happens all the time. We see these dickheads saying this constantly. And yet, when this stuff comes out, they don't handle this stuff coolly. You know what I mean? They don't come out and go, this is not a big deal. Look, we wish them well. look all you want. You're not going to find what you're looking for. What they do is, we have to stop this right now. Well, that just sounds like you're afraid of what they're going to dig up. And speaking of something that gets dug up, Don Jr. is on the Rumbles, standing in, he's getting his, I think he has to get like deer ticks twice a week just to keep his cocaine blood balance in order. And another professional photography coming in. I'm just going to start cranking out 4-minute videos like this. Apparently it works. I mean, not for him, but it might for me. We'll see. What do you think? We'll see. Obviously, this long form stuff isn't for everybody. If it's for you, like and subscribe, support the show, all that kind of stuff. I adore you. Here we go. This is Don Jr. The title of this one, the Jan 6 clown hearings begin tonight. My thoughts. This is, and the fun part is, like I said, these are before he actually watches anything. Same with MTG. Here we go.
This is sort of epic.
Guys, this is so,
okay, guys, this
is so ridiculous.
This is sort of epic. So I just found out that today is the first day of the live televised.
You just found out that this is the first day of the live televised. The first day of the live. Look at that. 1.5K in the chat. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being here. Subscribe if it suits you. Give me a thumbs up. Or if you're a troll, thumbs down, because the algorithms don't care.
January 6th, Inquisition here.
January 6th. Wow, that's a lot of T's and X's and S's and T's and S's.
Now think about this for a second, right?
Okay, done.
I just found out about this.
Oh, so you expect us to believe you just found it. By the way, he didn't just find out about this. He found out it was tonight. He just forgot what day of the fucking week it was.
I'm one of the targets, obviously.
I'm obviously on massive fucking drugs constantly. My shirt is on backwards. Obviously.
Talk to me. And they're trying to hurt my family and my father, and they're still innocent Americans that were peacefully protesting that haven't seen due process, rotting away in a cell.
Okay, so you're basically, we're going to pull back from this, and Marjorie Taylor Greene just has her hand up your ass using your head as a sock puppet. Also, day drunk much? God damn. He's very loud, sorry.
Today is the first day
of the last day of your freedom.
The live televised hearings, and I'm literally just hearing about it a few minutes ago.
No, you're hearing about that it's today, not that it's happening again.
Think about that for a second.
Yes, you must be so removed from reality and gacked out of your brain on drugs that you're not aware of this. I mean, it's on, maybe it could be that Fox News isn't planning on covering it. You know this?
They want to throw me and my family in jail, and I'm only figuring this out and hearing about it now.
Yeah, the jail stuff for you doesn't have to do with Jan 6. You were, your dad thought you were too stupid to trust with the plan. You're in trouble with Letitia James in New York and the fraud and all that kind of stuff. You were part and parcel to the entire scheme to defraud banks and the IRS. By the way, anybody know this? I don't even know if it's Christine Best. Where we go? Here we go. News. There's a story on this. Yeah, here you go. So, this, if you want to know what Junior is sweating about, oh, God damn it, close these article things. Every time I open one of these pages and I want to show it to you guys, like I have to wait until it clears all the ads. You know this whole story this show is fucking ridiculous. Like whenever it's on, I'm like, the whole thing is like, it's like the opposite of moonlighting. Instead of like, when are the, Bruce and Sybil going to get together? It's, when is she going to realize he's gay? Like, come on. It's today. Hold on. Like, for God's sake, it's obvious to everyone. You know this stuff? Okay. Anyways, they were found guilty of fraud and tax evasion by a federal jury on Tuesday. They're facing 30 years. They have a hugely popular show, by the way. Millions of dollars in real estate holdings. They were shuffling their real estate holdings money around, telling banks stuff was worth more than it was, telling the IRS it was worth less than it was. Same shit. Same thing that Trump is on the hook for in New York. And they're facing 30 years in jail. It's a reality show. It's gross neo-Christian embarrassing weird stuff or whatever. And this is the same thing Trump is on the hook for in New York. If you guys care, you can look into it. But that's the part this jackass is involved in. That's that crime. Nobody gives a shit about where Don Jr. was on January 6th, except that what he overheard.
That's how little Americans care about this nonsense.
Well, you're saying you're an American, and I'm sorry. Citation needed. If you're getting all your money from, all the money you need from Russia, as your brother told a Golf magazine 10 years ago, and you've been in bed with those folks for that long, I'm guessing at least dual citizenship.
The Nancy Pelosi, Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger clown show, right? They could have had actual Republicans on there.
That was a slip. Did you hear that? They could have had actual what's on there?
Care about this nonsense. The Nancy Pelosi, Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger clown show, right? They could have had actual Republicans on there.
Actual Republicans. Sure. Yeah. So it's nice of you to say that, as Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney are not Republicans. They're just Republicans.
Jim Jordan. But
he's a fucking subject.
Understand exactly.
Jim Jordan. Republicans like Jim Jordan, the soon to be convicted.
Exactly what this is, right?
Exactly what this is, right? This is just a witch hunt. Russia, Ukraine, the hoax. I got a list of words. I wrote them down right over here on the banister outside the stairs of my dad's third golf villa that he doesn't set foot in, that he allows me to sleep in as long as I clean up my blow off the table before the Airbnb guest shows up.
It's a Democrat-led inquisition. If you're a Democrat and
if it was an inquisition, we would have a rack instead of microphones. I'm not for it, but it would make for a good SNL sketch.
You can do no wrong, and they get to make rules that we have to abide by.
Yes, ones that are aligned with the Constitution.
Have to do them themselves. Let's watch what happens with Nancy Pelosi's husband's DUI, because we all know what's about to happen with.
I think he's going to probably lose his driver's license, like anybody who gets a DUI. Hold on. There you go. Post misrepresents status of Paul Pelosi's DUI charges. Quick take. Paul Pelosi, the husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, was arrested for alleged drunken driving on May 28th. Posts on social media falsely claim that the DUI charges against Pelosi have been dropped, but the Napa County District Attorney's Office said the case is still under review and no decision has been made on the charges. Paul Pelosi, the husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, was arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence on May 28th at 11:44 p.m. CHP said Pelosi was driving a 2021 Porsche that was hit by a 2014 Jeep as Pelosi's car tried to cross a state road in Napa County. No one was hurt in the accident. Pelosi was booked into jail at 4:13 a.m. the following morning and released on a $5,000 bond a few hours later. So he gave a breathalyzer or something, and then they took him to the hospital or something, then he went home, and then they came and got him there. He could face charges of driving under the influence and driving with a blood alcohol content level of 0.08 or higher. But social media posts falsely claimed that the DUI charges against Pelosi have been dropped. Comedian Rob Schneider shared a tweet on June 8th from Republican Rep. Lauren Boebert claiming that Pelosi's charges were dropped. A Facebook page called the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, a fan page for the Joe Rogan podcast, shared a screenshot of Schneider's tweet. Post on Instagram shows a screenshot of the tweet that reads, "Breaking, all charges have reportedly been dropped against Paul Pelosi for his DUI crash. Gavin Newsom reportedly intervened at the request of Nancy Pelosi and directly ordered the California Highway Patrol to drop all charges, but the posts offer no evidence to support these claims." Napa County District Attorney Allison Haley released a statement on June 9th on Facebook saying the case is still under review. At the time, CHP arrested Mr. Pelosi for driving under the influence and driving with a 0.08% blood alcohol content or higher. He was booked into the Napa County Department of Correction and cite released. Reads part of the statement. Mr. Pelosi agreed to a court date of August 3rd at 8:30 a.m. in Napa. If criminal charges are filed, Mr. Pelosi would be arraigned at that time. The case is currently under review to decide what, if any, charges should be filed against Mr. Pelosi. That is standard protocol for any DUI case that is referred by law enforcement to the agency in Napa County. Statement added that no decision has been made at this time. Any speculation to the contrary is incorrect. But it came from Rob Schneider. And basically, Rob Schneider is basically the only reason Rob Schneider would even consider growing a beard is to play Don Jr. in the Daily Wire autobiography entitled Favorite Son. The boy with the silver spoon he tried to remove from his own ass.
That one. And it's gone.
It's Douche Bigelow, actually.
And like it never happened. We know what's going to happen. So
no, he's got a court date on August 3rd.
But think about it. That's how little Americans...
Jesus Christ. Did you see the spit? You're not going to roll back? You're not going to check the video after you go? And
because we all know what's about to happen with that one. And it's gone. And like it never happened. We know what's going to happen. So, but think about it. That's how little Americans...
that's how, like, Jesus Christ.
...care. That even me, someone who's party to it, only realized that today is when they're going to do their live.
Yeah, and you're so on top of your schedule and where you need to be. You know, you're a go-getter. You're a man about town. Hal needs a poncho, maybe.
In prime time. Right before the midterms, let's change the narrative, somehow make it something that it never was, and we all know it because we've all known it for a while. Guess what, folks?
What?
People don't care.
People don't... I'm swallowing so much Coke spit right now. I don't...
People are worried about gas.
People are worried about gas prices. They're worried about because of the deal my dad made with the Saudis and the Russians to lower production, and the fact that the contract with Mexico to lower production didn't end until recently. And
gas prices. They're worried about inflation. They're worried about interest rates going through the roofs where they won't be able to afford their homes.
No, I think they're more worried about the idea of inflation, so interest rates have to go up because they're like 0.25%. Your dad was talking about negative interest rates, which is fucking lunacy.
They're worried about the price of housing skyrocketing. The price of basic necessities going through the roof. They're worried about a baby formula shortage.
Not anymore.
They're worried about...
their talking points dying.
America not being energy independent and being dependent on our enemies once again.
No, yeah, those, I mean, obviously people like you who don't know the committee was having their televised committee, like their opening argument basically last night and only watch Fox News. Yeah, they're worried about that. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what the fuck people are worried about when they have 1/16 of actual information. People who are information deficient often worry about a lot of shit. Sweating much? Is it...
Maybe a war with Russia, right? In terms of number of nukes, the number one nuclear holder in the world. You know.
The number one nuclear holder in the world. Those neck veins. This is a man. I mean, I don't know why he doesn't just doze off right now. This is a man entering theta wave territory.
Minor things like that.
Ugh, that's the third spit.
Not Nancy Pelosi's.
They're worried about their septum collapsing from too much cocaine. They're worried about gin bloat. They're worried about Lyme disease. They're worried about their father not returning their phone calls. Even when they pretend it's good news, they don't know.
Partisan hackery. That's what Americans are worried about, and yet it's like their Super Bowl, folks. They can't wait. But like all things Democrat these days, they're so out of touch with reality, people don't even know that it's the Democrat Super Bowl going on.
Well, the ratings beat Fox last night. Fox didn't show it. The other stations beat them.
They couldn't care less.
They, and by they, he means his Rumble audience. Which, by the way, I would just like to point out that this is the namesake son of the president of the former president of the United States, and he has fewer Rumbles than I have people in my chat right now. He's got 5,000 views for this thing. It's a 4-minute video. I got people in here. We got like 1,500 people in the chat across multiple platforms too. That doesn't even include who's in Facebook and on Twitch currently. Oh God, it's so fun.
That's how ridiculous.
How do you think it was Jr. who tattled on his sister to get good with Dad? No, I don't think so. I don't think they talk that much. Honest to God, I would say we don't ever see them photographed together. You see Eric and Don even aren't photographed together very often these days. And Jared and Ivanka are fucking gone.
It's gotten, folks. So,
oh, God damn it. He's just like spittling all over the camera. That's the 4th one.
I hope you don't tune it in. I hope you don't give them the ratings that they're looking for.
Why would you have to hope that if nobody even knows about it?
Even if you're looking to make fun of it, I'm sure there'll be plenty of clips. I'm sure they'll bring out a couple whack jobs to be able to make it seem like...
Well, you didn't know about it, so obviously they haven't booked you.
That's the case when we all know there were tens of thousands of peaceful protesters, great American patriots.
Yeah, they left and went the other way. I don't give a fuck about them. We're talking about the ones who attacked the Capitol, dumb fuck.
Patriots there, many of whom...
left.
Still in jail without due process.
No, none of the ones who watched the thing and left, none of them are in jail. Not a one. None of them were arrested. Show me one fucking person who didn't approach the Capitol, who was amongst the tens of thousands that watched that rally that day, who didn't go anywhere near the Capitol. Show me one that was arrested or charged or even questioned, unless they wanted video from the person as a witness.
Many of whom were questioned by the FBI, who couldn't care less about guys that they were actually looking at who then committed mass shootings and that kind of stuff. No. Your grandma who took a selfie somewhere near the Capitol, they're going to go check her out.
Well, I don't know. If she saw who trampled Roseanne Boylan to death, they might want to ask her a couple of questions. So, but I mean, sorry, I presumed you gave a fuck about Roseanne Boylan, and as MTG told us, like, no one cares, and that includes you.
No, don't fall for it. Don't go for it.
Don't do it. We can't let it happen.
The fact that I'm just figuring this stuff out now
is indicative that I don't know, where am I? Why won't my father talk to me?
They're doing their live Super Bowl televised thing now. Probably tells you everything.
The hand gestures are fucking crazy today. Anybody else? Like we get that he's doing little bunny fuck you only with one hand because he's holding the phone with the other. But this whole like that like don't watch it. Like there's a whole. Is anybody look at his fucking left hand when he does this? Like he does the I need to hit these points pinch, which his dad did. They talk about it on. It's like the dumb way of handling a teleprompter. If you want to remember how to say these things, you need to focus on the word you want to say, right? That part, like he does that just as copycat. But watch his hand flailing about. It is panic, Matt. Look at this
guys
shit.
That they were actually looking at who then committed mass shootings and that kind of stuff.
He's got the same finger curl his dad's doing too. That one that's like when you're fucking stressed out and it's like it seizes up.
No. Your grandma who took a selfie somewhere near the Capitol, they're going to go check her out. So don't fall for it. Don't go for it. the fact that I'm just figuring this stuff out now, that they're doing their live Super Bowl televised thing now, probably tells you everything you need to know. But
ooh, and it's shaking too.
For it, the fact that I'm just figuring this stuff out now, that they're doing their live Super Bowl televised thing now, probably tells you everything you need to know. But
yeah, that's a big. It's doing one of those. Like, he's trying to keep his hands moving, because if he holds them still, you can see him. You can see him shivering. Fuck. I mean, normally I would think this is because he's nervous. He's got something to hide. He's worried about the committee, bringing up, shit he said. He knows that they're going to use, he's heard from somebody, they're going to use Ivanka's testimony, and he doesn't want people to see that. And he's afraid that people who watch Fox are actually going to tune over temporarily to see that, or like, oh my God, they used Ivanka. Are they going to go look at it or whatever? And that might make him nervous. But honestly, I think it's just he's gacked out of his head on drugs.
Let them get away with this crap, because they've been getting away with it for too long. Call it out. Don't give them what they're looking for.
Call it out. Don't give them what they're looking for. So don't watch it. So basically, use cancel culture on yourself. Cancel your own vision, I guess. All right. There is, oh God, there's so much stuff. Tonight, I appreciate you guys being here. This is HAL Sparks Mega Worldwide, and we've been, chipping away at 2,000 Mules a little bit. We did it right before the committee hearing, started dealing with some of it. It's like an hour and a half long. It's like 90 some odd minutes, because I think it has to be that to qualify as a documentary or some shit, like 85 minutes plus. And so there's a shit ton of filler in this thing. But if I do it all at one sitting, the argument could be that I'm going to get copyright struck because I show the whole movie. So I'm breaking it up, because I believe this is fair use. Fair use, fair use. As is everything I do, because I interject a shit ton. I add value as best I can, not just comedy, but clarity as well. And everything that I talk about on my stream, even videos I've shown in the past that I agree with, I interject a ton on. So this is, if you recall, in the last episode, this Tea Party lady and this MAGA-friendly tech dude who says he was in, cyber something before, teamed up to just do a nonpartisan view of what was going on. And we started buying geolocation data and then self-selecting out anything that didn't work with our premise. And then we faked this conversation with you guys, and you pretended to come over. Kind of like an odd, dark Mr. Rogers meets episode of 24. Yeah, Cheap Throat. And if you like what I'm doing on the show, and if you like the fact that I go through these things in their entirety, like and subscribe to the channel, support it, pass it around, let people know all the stuff I'm supposed to say. I hate saying that shit, but if I don't say it, our subscription drops. I'm just very aware of that. Yeah, give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. It doesn't matter. Just let them know you were here. Get some points on the board. Okay, so let's see where they were. Let's see. Maybe we can back up 10 seconds to this dude.
December 22nd, there was an indictment handed down in Arizona for people that had stuffed ballots.
Oh, yeah. We looked into this in case you were following yesterday. This was a primary election which is like, because it's a local election, you can do that. It doesn't go through the same process as the federal elections. It's a chintzier kind of endeavor in Arizona, especially. And so this woman was like ballot harvesting to beat somebody for like a school board seat.
And the way
and it got busted. They got busted, and she's facing jail time for trying to like leverage her way. They found 6 votes that were out of whack, basically, and traced it to like 27 votes that were out of whack. And the woman's going to go to jail for 2 years.
FBI nailed them.
They nailed them, right? It worked before 2020. It worked. The system works. Same machines, same every fucking thing.
Was fingerprints. And then lo and behold, the next day and days forward.
So this video is now from the Georgia runoffs. This is January of 21.
This
That's right.
particular one is at approximately 1 o'clock in the morning on January the 5th.
Yeah, January the 5th. 1 o'clock. Wait, what? 1 o'clock in the morning on January 5th.
Forward.
So this video is now from the Georgia runoffs.
Oh, okay, Georgia runoffs, right? After that, okay, cool. Still height of the pandemic, pre-Delta, still wild type, no vaccine.
This is January of 21.
This
That's right.
particular one is at approximately 1 o'clock in the morning on January the 5th.
Stuffs her ballots in there. It's like a small stackish, maybe 3.
Maybe 3. Yeah, enough to turn the election on its head. Also, could be just her family. She takes off her gloves because she's touched this. She's getting back into her
Maybe
car.
4. Takes them off. And then puts them in a trash can that she never looked at.
So she knew it was there.
She knew.
She never looked at it. Oh God, where?
It was there, right? And so
It must have been there. Mark Zuckerberg paid for drop boxes and garbage cans for evidence.
we have her on a number of locations.
She's an out-of-state mule, and then this is in no way the only drop box that she attended.
That's right.
No,
She's a nurse who's dropping off ballots for old people as she leaves her shift at night.
goes to dozens and dozens over the course of these 2 elections.
Who's
Well, let's see dozens of video.
next?
Or she's near them because they're near other shit. What are these buildings? What's in those? There's doors right over here. This is what I want to know. What the fuck is in these doors? So, because one of the things about a Dropbox is, unlike your, having a specific polling place, you can go, I could just drop my stuff off. It's getting too close to the election, or I don't trust the mail, so I'll drop off my ballot. All right, you want me to drop off your ballot too, or whatever? There's one over by my work, or there's one over by, it's close to a place I go all the time, so you know it. And like, yeah, run it over there.
What you're going to see is he approaches the drop box on his bike. He also has a backpack on. Pulled the ballots out of his backpack.
Taking his time.
Taking his time, digging around, looking for some ballots. Finally gets that, pulls them out. Okay, now
Pulls them out. It looked like one.
set. And he'll put them in.
And he waits till that guy's, wait, hold on. He waits till this dude's back is turned. Wait, oops, shit, hold on. Get out of here. He waits till this dude's back is turned. Look at that guy. He's on his bike. He's totally blacked out. You don't even know what he would look like. Like he's got the lights out. He's got a black backpack. Like this, he's basically invisible to this dude. And then he goes over and throws his entire bike in the garbage. It's literally open. It's literally people around. All right. Okay.
But you also see him get sort of frustrated as he starts to leave, because guess what? At this point, they had started requiring the mules, apparently, to take pictures of the stuffing of the ballots. It appears that that's how they get paid. So they take a picture, stuff it in, they take a picture, not a selfie, but a picture of the actual ballot going in. But this guy gets frustrated, so he actually has to park his bike, get off.
So if you were there just casting your own ballot, what reason in the world would you have?
Dude, he took a picture of the fucking sticker on the front of it.
To come back and take a picture of the box.
Because you want to post on Instagram that you voted in the drop box and something's funny about what did it say on the box? Show me the box. Who the fuck hasn't taken that kind of picture? Like, look what this says.
And he kneels down,
Looking
Later,
around.
takes some pictures.
So
Okay,
what?
the next one.
Yes.
Who gives a shit? What is this?
So let me show you Dog Guy.
Yeah, show us dog guy. This guy's got a dog. You think that's going to make me like him?
So
I am. He's going to be cute, isn't he? Go to pudding.
Dog Guy, middle of the day.
Yeah, we don't want to identify the dog. The dog has not been, we don't want to, the dog has very litigious lawyers. We don't want the dog to sue us. We're worried that this is gonna, there's blowback.
This is actually
by the way, I'm not, this is blurred out. I cannot in good conscience say that this is actually a dog. It's either, it could be a cat on a leash, which is cruelty, or it could be a monkey that is, you know, acting in a dog-like fashion, simply because it's decided to stick to all fours, and it only goes up on the back two when it's playing an organ grinder. Also, the criming in public, it's crazy.
A polling place. So the people in line are waiting to go in and vote early. They're doing it the right way.
What do you mean the right way? They have a drop box there for a fucking reason.
Okay, now you've got some other people going to walk up. This lady doesn't care, but this next guy cares. He's watching the whole thing. The guy looks up, talks to him.
Got the ballots under his arm already. Now he's got the rest of
the ballots. It's fucking a ballot. Jesus Christ. Where's the stack? Motherfucker, show me the stacks. I need mad stacks of ballots. This asshole has is it a guy? Is that a dog? I don't buy it. He's chit-chatting with people because he's dropping off his ballot, and this dude's standing there. Does the guy attack him?
He pulled out of the bag.
And he's going to get his camera ready to take the pictures as he puts them in there. If you consider the brazenness of this, right? This is the middle of the day. There's people sitting there watching you cheat.
No, they're just watching. He's either validating, look, I dropped him off for real. They really went in. Now show me his paycheck. But also, like, my mom's going to get crazy. She thinks I'm not going to do it, so I got to show a picture of her. Oh, for fuck's sake.
People that are doing it the right way.
What do you mean the right way? The ballot box, the drop-off box is a right way. It is another right way.
But it's difficult for them to know what to do.
That's right.
Yeah, how do they want to attack him, but he's got a dog.
Except observe and maybe say, what's going on here? What did I just see?
And look, another, what, you think that Mule should get away with it just because he only had the same size ballot that the other guy had and he didn't take a picture?
They wonder, what does this all even mean if this is happening in broad daylight?
The fuck are you what do you mean they wonder? Did you interview these fucking people? What are you talking about? Like, this is some of the goofiest shit I have ever seen. This is like one of those Criminal Minds episodes where somebody got sick in the middle of it and they had to shoot around them. So they needed another like circle jerk scene where they just talk about the evidence. You know what I'm talking about?
Nobody's doing anything to...
Yeah, maybe that wasn't a dog. Maybe it was a tiny mule.
Stop it.
Nobody's doing anything to attack this person who apparently dropped off a ballot from their bag.
And so these are the kind of things, 4 million minutes of this. This was an organized effort to subvert a free and fair election.
There you go. There's a stack. These would be, if just in case you're wondering, this is a Trump voter, and these are all Trump votes. I'm just saying for the record that every single one of those is a faked Trump vote that is being stuffed to try and, because Trump was convinced that he was going to win the Electoral College. Yeah, he was. And that he just wanted to win the popular vote the second time because somebody told him he only needed 2 more million votes to do that. And
organized crime.
They decided to stuff them. And so noticing the dude who's stuffing it is white, whereas the other people that have been accused previously don't seem to be, and they're just holding one ballot. It's just, it's a mistake anybody can make.
You can't look at this data in its aggregate and believe anything otherwise. That's especially true when you consider that in place.
Well, sure you can. I'll tell you why. Because let's take a look at this. When this guy walks away, he's got a name tag. Who the fuck is he? Call him up.
Organized crime.
Again, he's a mule, allegedly.
Can't look at this data in its aggregate.
And he doesn't take a picture. So wait a minute. The people that put in one ballot took a picture because it's the way they get paid for stuffing these ballots. The dude who puts in a few, that guy doesn't take a picture. Is that because Trump didn't want a record of it? Or I'm fairly certain that's why he was told not to take a picture so that no one could trace it back to him.
And believe anything otherwise. That's especially true when you consider that.
And by the way, guy's in like a nurse's outfit. He's wearing like it's the tan style, but he's got a name tag around him too. He's like dropping him off for a fucking medical facility or somebody who can't leave, like frontline workers, blah blah blah.
In places like Georgia, it was only decided by 10,000, 12,000 votes.
Well, it was actually more because Trump himself, padded the voter rolls there, and he paid for a lot of fake votes, and that's how he did it.
And
Scrubs,
you
thanks.
look at 5,000 visits just from our mules. It's not a leap to say, yes, this would have made a difference.
Also, and show me her, the only people doing stacks of them right now, show me the mules get paid and they have to take a picture. And the other dude who went back and took a picture of the front of the fucking box, which wouldn't prove he dropped him off at all, wouldn't prove he had done his fucking job at all. Like, what's the point? But the last dude didn't take a picture. She's not going to take a picture.
Adding these numbers up, we have...
Yep, didn't take a picture.
$2,000 plus mules.
No, you don't. You just have the 2 Trump mules.
Based upon not searching these whole states. And
Right.
remember, we're only talking about a small number of states. We're not talking about the whole country. We're talking
Oh yeah, you're not going anywhere near Texas or Kentucky or Florida, please.
about whole states.
We don't want to. We're not interested in voter fraud in those states, Dinesh. You have to understand there was a lot, but it's not the kind that we want to know about.
not even talking about whole
Right,
states.
that's right.
And we're also talking about a gross undercount of the actual number of mules because you set a high bar. They had to go.
No, you didn't, because you've broken your premise right here. 1, they take a picture because allegedly that's how they get paid. 2, those people only put in 1 ballot that we saw. We saw other people put in multiple ballots, and they very well may have been within their rights to do so. That guy, Tag, for all we know, allows him as an election volunteer who's been cleared by the state to deliver things because it's a fucking pandemic to a drop-off box or to a mailbox if they so choose. We don't know that. You don't know that. Nobody knows that. Who gives a rat's ass? But neither of those people took a fucking picture. So your system is... Hi, I know you're listening. I'm glad you're listening, both of you. Your system has been undercut by your first 4 videos. You're stupid. Stop it. Okay.
Go to 10 drop boxes. So if there's a mule who went to 7 drop boxes, you wouldn't catch that guy.
And they had to go to nonprofits, so they had to meet those 2 criteria and
So yeah, and all of them, weirdly enough, had Uber licenses.
and then go to one of the geofence drop boxes. If they met the 2 criteria but went to a post office box, we're not going to look at them.
One of the slogans of the Democrats through all this
Again, look at this fucking thing. Look at this one dude. He takes a picture.
debate has been make every vote count. And I think we can now see in a chilling way
That they would pay people to commit a felony for 1 vote.
that this is kind of what they mean. What they mean is, it doesn't matter.
What the fuck? The dude took a picture beforehand of the book. So what? Proud voter. And 1 goddamn vote.
If all kinds of illegal ballots are being dropped in, let's just...
Again, here's the Trump stuffers.
What?
These are the people stuffing ballots for Donald Trump. They don't take a picture. They're...
count them.
Now the narrative needs to be that this is the most
They take them from places where they know there are a lot of Democratic voters who are old. They trick them into allowing them to vote Republican, and they fill it out for them, and then they bring them over to vote for Donald Trump because they think that Democrats are going to cheat, so they're allowed to do that. So prove to me this is not a Trump voter who's a Trump stuffer. These are Trump stuffers. The Democratic cheaters are apparently going 1 vote at a time and photographing them. The Trump people are doing them in stacks alone, and they don't take a picture.
secure election. This is the most fabulous
Where the fuck is the picture taking part in this? You set this up as part of it.
election we've ever had.
He's like, they forgot. He forgot to take a picture, so he has to wait and hang around. Then he takes another picture. The other guy does it right in front of another human being. It's almost like he's voting legally, and he knows it.
Pay no mind to the millions of Americans that are saying something is not right.
Yes, Trump should have never done this, gotten 1% of the vote in Fulton County, considering how he was.
This does not make sense. Nothing to see here. Just smile and wave, boys.
I mean, wouldn't it be an accurate summary to say that these
are all Trump votes?
Voter bills that the Democrats are desperate to enact, to federalize the election. Isn't it that they want to take all these special provisions that have enabled what we've described, or you've described in the 2020 election, and make it permanent?
If we don't wake up and do the hard, roll up your sleeves work that it's going to take to
Moon River
reel this all back together, then yes, all the pieces are in place.
They're gonna just take it over, and the Illuminati is gonna run the elections from a tower outside on the coast of Ireland or Spain, Majorca, I think it is.
For our election system to be in permanent lockdown, and it will be done under the
permanent lockdown. That's the goal.
Watchful eye of a media that will tell you it's all just fine.
It seems like
I don't grasp what normal people do in their lives. It's almost as if the four of us live such an exaggerated bullshit kind of existence where we feign normalcy but have no concept of how people actually live, certainly not poor people, that
are subverting democracy in the public pretense of protecting it.
Absolutely.
Gee, it's almost like you're accusing Democrats of what Republicans are doing. When did that start?
And it won't stop unless we stop it.
If I can't stop, won't stop.
I look across the swath of Republicans.
Yeah.
This is not the kind of issue that they seem to be comfortable with. It's almost like they would...
It's almost as if they know they're the ones that did the ballot stuffing.
What?
They helped Trump in an attempt to help themselves and thought that the buying of votes for Trump would coattail him. And then he failed miserably because he still lost by even a bigger margin, and yet they got voted for.
What?
Yeah, it's true.
Rather,
they got more votes than they should have, and it scares the shit out of them that anybody will notice.
Endure.
That's right.
As I said,
well, it's a gamble, right? Because the ones that are enduring are currently elected and in power. When you watch these,
yeah, it's weird. They won their elections and didn't have a problem.
Brazen acts.
These brazen acts of black people voting like they have the right to,
and nobody says a word because they're scared that they're going to be sued, because they're scared that they're going to be canceled, because they're scared that they're going to be silent.
Oh no, I'm saying things. I'm seeing the same video you are. I'm just calling you an asshole for the conclusions you're drawing. It isn't for saying you saw something. It's for saying something based on what you saw that is contrary to reality and that is extraordinary as a claim that by the way, is accusing human beings of a crime, and you're not even following up with the baseline bullshit of it.
That kind of chilling effect is exactly what they want.
And as I said, on the other side.
By the way, for the record, anybody watching this, as a Democrat, I don't want any non-citizens voting. I don't want anybody to vote twice. I want everybody to vote in their own district, and I want everybody to have the right to vote. I want a universal ID from the government, by the way, that works in lieu of a passport for going to Mexico and Canada that every American can get, and it's an ID that works for voting universally across the country and for travel and all this other stuff. Whether you have a driver's license or a state ID, it doesn't matter. I would like that. One that's attached to your social security number. Doesn't even have to have an address on it, but it can be linked to it in the voter rolls with the QR code that's associated with it, which would make it incredibly secure.
Of fear.
Yeah, the problem with the ID issue that Democrats have with ID laws is that they're state ID laws, and the states don't want to provide them without charging people, and that's a poll tax.
Is freedom. If you never get past the fear, you're never free.
That's right. It's almost frightening for me to shower alone. It's like the size.
Let's sum up what we know.
This section's going to be quick.
Do we know for sure that this was not, in fact, far from, the most secure election in history?
Do we not know that this is far from the most secure election in history? That's a Gordian knot grammatically.
It was not.
We know that for a fact.
Do we know for a fact that there was
No, you don't.
coordinated, systematic fraud
Yeah, of course, but it was all Trump fraud and it failed, so I'm not worried.
in
Republican states largely, or areas where Republicans had control, and magically Trump did better than he should have, but he still came up short because he sucks?
all the key states where the election was decided?
Yes.
Yes.
And therefore, does it follow that the people who suspected fraud, even though they didn't have the proof, their suspicion was right?
Absolutely.
Yes, they suspect that fraud had happened. What they didn't know was that Trump had committed all of it, and that the reason they could find it and later talk to people who coordinated with the Trump campaign in the first place, like this lady and this gentleman, and point them to suspicious characters, whom, by the way, they never actually go after as individuals because they can't, or they would find out they were actually planning Trump votes.
Their instincts are right.
And moreover, that
It's the facts that they've got wrong.
the states that are trying to do something about systematic fraud by restoring a modicum of, let's call it the old rules, checking your voter ID, checking signatures. You want a mail-in ballot? You know what? You got to request an absentee ballot. We're not going to send 20 million ballots out there and see what comes back.
They didn't send 20 million ballots. They sent out the applications for a mail-in ballot during the pandemic, so you knew you could vote from home to everybody. They didn't create a new standard or have to do a big push across the country. It was the cheapest and quickest way of making sure that every voter knew that they could vote in person, or they could request a no excuse absentee ballot this one time because we were in a pandemic, because there was an emergency.
That these voter integrity laws, far from being voter suppression, are actually a legitimate way to make sure that the people who vote are actually eligible to vote.
By the way, none of the votes that Trump is claiming credit for winning happened under any new rules that have been passed in any of these states, any major changes.
100.
It's just back to relative normalcy, and he's hit and miss. He picks people who are the only, the party choice, or he just swings a Hail Mary just to fuck with the establishment one if he doesn't like them.
Percent accurate.
That's absolutely correct.
Mercedes. Sketchy black man. Stuffs it in. There's a car right behind him, and he looks back which is weird, because no one in Georgia worries about being out late at night in a parking lot. He puts in 4 ballots. And by the way, this is a dude who needs the money. He only had 1 glove on. That's fun. Trump votes, Trump votes, Trump votes. Trump vote.
What you are seeing is
people recognizing someone from the community that they are aware of bringing ballots because they don't trust the mail. This is what I would call the DeJoy effect.
the crime. These are fraudulent votes.
No, they aren't. He thinks that because this person in a pandemic brought them and dropped them off at the box instead of people leaving their houses during a pandemic makes them fraudulent. That even in a pandemic, you have to be willing to just die because the state can't act quickly enough to set up a system that you trust that will get your ballot there on time.
In 2 of our 5 key states, you were allowed to give your ballot to be delivered by a family member or a caregiver. This is vote harvesting, but it's not the same as ballot trafficking. In no state in America...
Look, hey, we're only, 2 minutes out from the same shit, and they're already reusing footage. Same dude.
Is it legal?
Not a different time. Same dude, same time.
For nonprofit organizations to collect ballots and pay mules to deliver them to mail-in drop boxes.
Also, back the fuck up. Same shot. Hold on. This shot. Same thing. Like, here it is again. This guy is this guy, is this guy, is this guy, is this guy. It's the same fucking... And by the way, none of this is evidence of a crime. Now they're just showing footage from afar, which shows cars parking and pulling away, and they leave you to assume that something sketchy was happening with no evidence, just to give you and play spooky music and bullshit you. Yes, the mules keep the ballots in their ass. They drop off one just to give people because they know there's a camera there. And then they turn around and pretend to drop something, and then they shit the ballots out into the slot. Same video, look at this. It's just on a fucking repeat. If you squint, you're see the pattern? It's a little square.
Now we come to the most important question of all.
What the fuck are you talking about? Why don't we light up our map? The most important thing of all. Why is our map printed with these counties as if we've already decided where the problem areas are?
Is the magnitude of vote trafficking in these key swing states enough to tip the balance in the 2020 presidential?
See this little square? That's a square. See this one? Doesn't look very square. See what I'm saying?
Election. Let's first narrow in on just our 2,000 mules.
Yeah, obviously we're not going to look at other areas because you might catch some Republicans, and God forbid we do that.
Their average number of Dropbox visits, 38. Their average...
No. You have not established that they have been to them multiple times. You have not established... You're not showing this person... maybe they will at some point. They'll take that dude who dropped off the ones that we saw a little stack, show him at another building. Show him do it again and again and again. Instead of, no, there's a Dropbox near his post office. There's a Dropbox near the school he works at twice a week. There's a Dropbox where he does his third fucking job.
Average number of illegal...
This is basically just shitting on poor people for having to work during the pandemic.
Ballots deposited per visit, 5. That's 380,000 illegal votes.
Just for Trump alone. So Trump's vote goes down 380,000 votes just for this. God damn, man. Y'all need to learn how to cheat better. They caught this motherfucker. I'm going to tell you what.
But was this sufficient to put Biden in the White House?
No, because these were meant to put Trump in the White House. They were not sufficient to put him in the White House.
To answer that...
By the way, I understood there would be no math.
...question, we must look at each key state.
Absolutely. Oh, man. This is from the Targeting Matrix Clisiothon Stratospheric Geotorque Meter.
In Michigan?
Did you have one of your fellers working at that little place put in that little clink, clink, clink noise after the fact? Because that was a nice touch. I'm just saying it didn't seem organic to me.
500 mules.
That's one of my favorite Blind Stanley albums. I got about 500 mules and nothing to do. I got a woman.
Averaging...
When you got 500 mules, you don't need a woman.
50 Dropbox visits and 5 illegal ballots per drop.
That means Trump lost even worse in Michigan than we think.
That's 125,000 illegally trafficked votes, not quite the 154,000 vote difference between Trump and Biden. So Michigan, with its 16 electoral votes, stays in the Biden column. In Wisconsin...
Excuse me, it actually gets more Biden. That's the problem there, man. Because you got an issue with that one. Because them was all... You're assuming them was all Biden votes. You got to, split them 50-50, I'd say.
Wisconsin.
Otherwise, Trump's fucked.
100 mules, averaging...
I got 100 mules and 99 women. I got, jewels, but I got friends, and we like to hang out in the barn at night. Gluggly glug, honk honk.
28 Dropbox visits and 5 illegal ballots per drop. That's...
Wait a minute. Where are you getting this 5 illegal ballots per drop? First of all, 5? 5? What kind of It takes you 28 trips to do 5 fucking ballots. Hey man, when my uncle won, he ran and won for the local comptroller, largely because no one understood what it was, and he was a write-in candidate. His name was Jerry Comptroller. Anyways, we did some ballot stuffing for him, and dude, I don't get out of fucking bed unless I'm stuffing 100, maybe 200 ballots. Did you see the polls for the election? That ain't enough to change shit.
14,000 illegally trafficked votes, 6,000 votes short to give Trump the win. So using only our mules, Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes stays in the Biden camp.
Hey man, you better speed this shit up and give him Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona, or I'm going to lose my erection.
But now we come to Georgia. 250 mules.
Right.
Averaging 24 Dropbox visits. And
all of them black.
And 5 illegal.
Except the white dude who was working for Trump.
Ballots per drop. That's 30,000 illegally trafficked votes, far more than the 12,000 vote difference between Trump and Biden. So Georgia, with 16 electoral votes, moves over into the Trump column.
I'm getting so tense right now.
In Arizona, the numbers are roughly the same. 200 mules, averaging 20 Dropbox visits and 5 illegal ballots per drop.
Carry the 2. I'm sorry, I'm getting a brain cramp from math.
That's 20,000 illegal votes. Again, these illegal votes are substantially more than the 10,000 vote margin.
Well, that would give Biden a 30,000 vote margin then.
That gave the states 11 electoral votes to Biden. In Philadelphia, Pennsylvania alone, 1,100 mules.
AKA blacks.
Averaging 50 Dropbox visits and
they's busy.
5 ballots per visit. That's 200.
Five per visit. They just stick to that 5 thing. How would they? I mean, that's a lot of. Why do that? No matter how many mules you got, they only doing the same number. The fuck?
175,000 illegal votes.
Oh yeah, that's terrible for Trump. You mean you got to take 275,000 votes out of his column?
Again,
he didn't get that many in Philly really to start with.
Comfortably exceeding the 80,000 vote margin between Trump and Biden. So Pennsylvania's 20 electoral votes goes for Trump. Shockingly, even this narrow way of looking at just our 2,000 mules in these swing states
is enough to alter time and space.
Gives Trump,
if only it were true,
the win with 279 electoral votes to Biden's 259.
Yeah, you do realize, though, that all those fake votes are Trump votes, right? You recognize that. Because he was buying them hand over fist. He's paying for them.
What?
It's true. I heard that from Mike Lindell. He was a little gacked up when he said it, but he speaks the truth when he's got a little booger sugar in him.
But no one thinks that our 2,000 mules were the only mules trafficking illegal votes.
Yeah, almost nobody thinks they were trafficking votes at all, much less only. Only, as my mom would say, only. All right, hold on. I'm going back here.
To widen the search, Greg and his team lowered the criterion from 10 or more to 5 or more drop boxes. This revealed a huge upsurge in the number of...
Yeah, it's almost like since we're making this shit up, we can use whatever numbers we want.
Mules from 2,000 to 54,000.
Sure.
54,000 mules.
Yes, all in areas run by Republicans. That strangely...
Next, they used a very conservative estimate of just 3 ballots per Dropbox visit.
If you make it one ballot, if each of them has one leg, and they walk in a circle twice while they're approaching...
Now, when we multiply this increased number of mules times the 5 drop...
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Box visits.
You do realize this isn't actual math, right? That you're just concocting these things. You still haven't clarified the premise. I mean, look, if you're gonna sell me on a big conspiracy, I'm gonna need more. All right? Look, as a duly designated representative of the Illuminati, if you're gonna convince me you've seen our plan, I'm going to need more details. Seriously. This is just rude. Do you think I'm just going to assume you know how the plan works? You don't know the plan. You know the plan we want you to know about, which is a backwards version of the plan that we actually did to make you think you know the plan so that you don't learn the plan. Savvy?
Per mule, times just 3 illegal votes per drop, we find election fraud on an astonishing scale.
Yes, your math is astonishingly dumb.
In Wisconsin, 83,565 illegal votes were...
And by the way, they're saying illegal votes because they want you to think illegals voted. This is the reason why they use this. What they're saying in their concept is that if you, as a voter, voted the way you said you did, and you gave it to your friend to drop it off, and they weren't your caregiver or family member, and they dropped it off on your behalf, that you lose your vote. Your vote is now illegal. Even if you were honest and that's what you wanted. It was your desire, and you asked them to do it in the middle of a pandemic.
Trafficked. In Georgia, 92,000.
What's my point? That's funny.
670. In Pennsylvania, 209.
Again, gibberish. Since we can make up numbers, so we'll just... Why don't you just give them 20 votes per one? Oh, that's because most of the video you have are people just dropping off their own ballots?
1,505. In Michigan,
Again, don't you have to convince me of the premise? You have to take one of these fuckers, or two of them even, and go, here they are, this is them here's footage from the security cameras outside this Democratic gathering. Here he is with his bag, look how puffy it is. And then here he is 2 minutes later, we got video of him rolling up at the ballot box. He stuffs the shit in there, gets on his bike, takes a picture, goes back, walks out, counting his cash, and then with another stuffed bag, and then bikes across town to another one. You have to establish that bullshit before you move on to your next layer of bullshit.
126,590.
Yeah, yet to prove just one fraudulent Biden vote. Not a fucking one.
And in Arizona,
every time they canvassed, in all these places, people were like, did you vote this way? And the person says, yeah, I did. Oh, well, then I guess we got to count your vote. You better fucking count my vote. I'm an American. Yeah, but Dinesh thinks that you had a friend drop it off. Yeah, it was COVID, motherfucker. I'm not going to die to do it. I shouldn't have to die. Shouldn't even have to stand in these 7-hour fucking lines.
107,435. Using this calculus, Trump would have won all the key states.
Yes, and he would have looked like this forever. Actually, he would have been a miserable bastard.
And the final electoral vote, 305 to 233.
Yes, but also, how does this affect whether or not Superman could beat up the Hulk? If the Hulk can get stronger, the more angry he gets, and Superman's strength is stagnant.
I wanted to get my Salem colleagues' take on what I'd learned here.
Your Salem colleagues? I didn't realize this was a coven.
How did you get this video?
How did you get this video? Look, Eric Metaxas and Gorka believe everything straight out of the gate.
Surveillance footage, this is like official status. This is all official.
Sorry, this is all.
Who told you which ones to go after and which ones to avoid? Somebody from the Trump campaign? How did they know when stacks of votes were going to be dropped off? Just curious. I'm reading a thing here. Do you see the thing?
There's 4 million minutes of video.
This is official footage.
This is official surveillance footage. It's indisputable. It was taken by the state itself.
That's the only place that the video
left,
came from.
I think, did not anticipate that anyone would go through this video.
So this is...
the same lady we saw. Why the rat fuck are we seeing the same shit? I mean, we know you shared it with them. Why don't we just assume that you showed them the movie and show us more footage? This is because that wasn't convincing to start with. She drops off a fucking ballot.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Don't we all vote at 1 o'clock in the morning?
If you're a shift worker or you're a nurse or you don't want to go out when there's a lot of people because there's a fucking pandemic.
Right.
This seems silly, but somebody asked me, they go, how do we know this is not normal mail? This is a ballot drop box.
Right.
Okay, this is...
Yeah, nobody asked him that question. That's just fucking dumb.
Not the mailbox where we write your mom.
By the way, how do we know in some of these areas that some of these folks didn't think it was a mailbox? Now, it might have been that they were dropping off mail because they were dumb. That's possible.
She's got gloves on.
She's got gloves on. And what does she do with the gloves? Whoopsie daisy.
Hang on, she walked straight past.
We were in COVID. Fuck, if she did it this election, sketchy.
That cannon didn't.
You want to touch? It was a public drop box. You have to touch the top and pull down the panel and throw something in there. It's get it?
I'm gonna show that again. It's hilarious.
Why is it hilarious? We're watching. This movie isn't that long. You're showing us the same piece of bullshit footage multiple times. It is not convincing.
Look, she just walks in.
So this is not the first time she's done that.
No. So that one was in Georgia.
Sorry. Then show the other time. You have millions of minutes of footage, apparently.
Is that right?
Yes.
So in Georgia, it is illegal to turn in anyone but yourself or your family member's ballot. It is illegal.
Right?
It is illegal. So forget the outcome. That's an illegal practice, what you just saw.
That's right.
Video number 2.
No, it isn't. The fuck are you talking about? Prove it. She dropped off like 2 ballots. What is your premise that she fucking lives alone? What?
Dog guy.
This is called Dog Guy.
We're watching Dog Guy again? Who drops off his ballots? For him and his mother, because he lives at home? Look at the fucking scary music. They're showing this. They're showing them the same shit we just saw. So they basically, once they enter this section of the film, they get to re-show the bullshit that they showed in the... We're not seeing, like, assuming... We could come in and go, we showed you guys everything. So far, what do you think of what you've seen? And the premise being that they've seen this other footage. And then continue forward with more information. The dog is blurred out because he's the criminal mastermind behind all of it. Duh.
He's taking pictures.
Yeah, the Herschel Walker campaign insists no.
Why would you do that?
So you get paid?
That's business.
It's business.
Well, then why did none of the people... Okay.
What do you suspect if you had actually caught this person at that moment, hand me those ballots, and the person did, what do you think you would see? Whose name is on it, in your opinion?
Ineligible voters, people that have moved.
Would you see legitimate ballots?
There's an ambiguity in what you're saying. The ballot itself is legitimate.
No.
Fuck you.
Right, it's not a fake piece of paper.
Yes,
right.
Okay.
But again, remember, when you mail in a ballot, you have a security envelope with the signature verification standard that's been all but washed away. And as soon as
What do you mean all but washed away?
it's taken out of that envelope, then you have a disconnect, and the ballot is private.
It's a virgin sheet of paper.
The ballot is
The only
private.
ID is on the envelope on the outside.
So fucking what?
This is an example of multiple ballots, so this not
3:57 a.m.
Prime voting time.
On his way to work, on his way home.
this person comes up, and what you're going to see is
Also, what fucking difference does it make if there's a camera there? If you're paying someone, by the way, you go, like, by the way, there's security cameras or whatever, so wear your mask or something because we don't want people to see who you are. And if you're going to stuff ballots, again, a number large, and the reason why they had to lower this to 3 to 5 ballots is because none of the footage shows any of these people doing any major stuffing that didn't check out later as they're a caregiver at a nursing home, and all these people had them dropped off.
when you try to put too many ballots in.
He needs a shoe.
Again, same fucking footage we saw. Unconvincing bullshit.
And we have lots of those where they're just jamming them in and then they fall on the ground. And when you can...
Okay. Again, Trump vote.
Well, I mean, this alone is to say...
I mean, Dennis is convinced because the guy's black.
The least suggestive. Who's voting at 3:57 a.m. with a whole bunch of ballots?
And then being able to match that ping where he's standing there to the next place he goes. So we're seeing videos of one.
Right.
But each one of these, went to...
On average, 23 times.
Bullshit. They went to the locations. And again, all you have to do is go like, the day you're going to vote, the vote, there's like you take classes at this school or you work at this place or whatever. It's one of the places you know, and you're like, there's a vote. I can drop them off for everybody. You drop them off at that place, and then you go to that place in your regular order of your life multiple times during that window, and suddenly that's you visiting that voting drop box as opposed to the building itself.
Going different places?
Yes. Right. This is their pattern of life. So in one night, this person, this mule, went across 6 counties to 27 different drop boxes, 5 different
excuse you. Let's see him.
organizations.
So he was getting the ballots from the organization.
Correct.
So, yeah.
The Republicans had no idea this was going on during the election.
Trump, to his credit, tweeted out in July, mail-in ballots are a disaster.
Yep. Yeah, because they were telling him how much it would cost him to buy the number of ballots that he would need, and he was like, "Fuck, I don't have this kind of money."
And he was attacked so hard by Kemp and Ducey and so many.
But he didn't have this information, obviously.
His instinct ended up being right.
This is the tip of the iceberg. You're talking about
just the tip.
Extraordinary criminal activity, but there's a ton more, you would guess.
You'd guess. Yeah, just guess.
That you have not even touched.
Well, there's definitely stuff they haven't touched on. Whether it exists or not, because they haven't touched on it, is the other thing.
Talking about 200,000-300,000 ballots that were just harvested in only your geolocated locations. But you are talking, what, 5% of America?
Less.
Less than 5%. Okay. So the case closed. Sorry, gentlemen, lady. Case closed. All right, so
Yeah, case closed. Trump bought a bunch of votes, paid a bunch of people to drop off votes. They're mercenary. They don't care who they're for. And they did it in districts where they thought they could puff up the numbers. And convince me otherwise.
Do a heroic thing that not necessarily others here do. I read the New York Times every day.
That's crazy.
We're sorry for you. It's my martyrdom. They claim all of these places we have found maybe 4, maybe 50 phony ballots.
These aren't phony ballots.
Right,
No
okay,
one's
so
ever,
wait,
this is a
but
very
they're phony,
non-
they're phony names.
No.
There's no name on the ballot, Dennis. Okay, let's say
there's no name on the ballot.
We got access to every single ballot thrown into the ballot boxes. Would we be able to prove this is a fraud?
It's the perfect crime because it cannot be curated after it is committed.
Yeah, it can. Because they ask everybody in an area through a canvas, a random canvas, if they voted. And if they get a bunch of people going, no, I didn't vote, and yet it checks off because their envelope had, even with the fake signature, if the envelope came back that was their ballot before it was separated, the number of ballots and the number of envelopes do match up because they check off that somebody's voted once you could say they're unverified, but when they call people up at the old folks' home or they call people up at the fucking apartment complex and they go, did you vote? They go, yes.
Because the evidence has no connection to the person who
bullshit
was meant to be.
Wrong. When you get the envelope, before you open it and count it, they check off this is the person. They look at the signature. They don't do verification where it started, but they look at it, when it's in front of them, go, here's the signature on the rolls. This person voted. Here it is. They take it out. They hide you vote anonymously, so the envelope is put in one place, the ballot goes over there. But when they do a recount or they do a canvass and they canvassed all these areas, they go to people's houses and they go, did you vote? And they go, yeah, I did.
Voting. That's the problem. As soon as it gets taken out of the envelope, the identity of the voter disappears.
Yeah, but you could, if you canvass, and they did in all these places during the recounts, they do random canvasses, they would catch large swaths of people going, like, by the dozens going, we didn't vote.
The vote from John Doe is from a John Doe who is dead or a John Doe who is moved. Is that correct?
Or voted somewhere else.
Or vote.
Oh, like the villages.
So why is that not provable?
There's an easy way to bust it, but it's not the way you think. It's not to go find the ballots in the ballot mix. You can't do that. The way to find it is these guys have the cell phone identification of all the mules.
Who gives a fuck? It was a pandemic. The standard shift. There was emergency rules all over the place.
All of them. So law enforcement has to
so fucking lazy.
Step in at this point.
Yeah, truth is a zero growth industry. I know. I'm obviously missing all the big bucks by not cranking out horse shit like this.
And their next step.
What were you doing 7
times? Is to go and interview the mules. Who paid you?
Right.
Where'd you get the money?
Will any state's law enforcement do this?
This is a big question. The mules aren't going to fess up. They know they're participating in something that...
Yeah, they're not going to confess. But we found somebody who's a tried and true Trump lover who will tell us that they were asked to be a mule and they turned it down. They didn't need that blood money.
Well,
but they are willing to go on oh, they're not? They're willing to speak under they're not?
You've got them on videotape. You've got 2,000 people who are committing felonies.
Right.
No, not right. Different rules, different states. You're making large judgments about this shit. And in the Emergency Powers Act, there was a lot of wiggle room for people to drop shit off that didn't qualify as ballot harvesting.
I'd like you to just reflect about what you've learned today. And
I've learned today that I, Dennis Prager, am an asshole, and I was easily suckered into showing up here because I heard there would be cigars.
How you're feeling and thinking about it.
It's
Corker was already on board. He's got nothing to lose. Same thing as Eric Metaxas. Both these motherfuckers. Like, you're literally like trying to create a riot where two guys came in with lit torches.
sickening to me.
This is jaw-dropping.
It's almost like when you have a circle jerk, everybody has to be on board.
What you showed is frightening.
Republicans
oh my God, he showed his
no
penis?
clue this was going on.
I wondered, were there any Republicans who did know? Investigative journalist Heather Mullins interviews a whistleblower hired by the National Republican Senatorial Committee.
Ooh, a whistleblower hired by the National Republican Senatorial Committee. They were hired to be they're a paid whistleblower? Or they were, well, at least they're appearing in person. This is the interviewer, by the way. She's the whistleblower. The interviewer didn't want to, it's a violation of his SAG card to be in a Dinesh D'Souza party.
I was hired by the NRSC. My job was basically to watch the ballot boxes. And this was for the early voting in Georgia. So that started on December 14th. It ended on the 31st of December. And we would monitor that box from 8 to 8 all day long. So
from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. At night? Which 8? From August 8th to September 8th? What?
During those 2 weeks, I monitored those boxes indiscriminately. I would move around to the different areas in the boxes and watch them 30 minutes here, an hour there.
Okay. Way to stay consistent, dude.
And then I would...
It's almost as... Did they tell you which half hour to go? Because they knew Trump votes were going to arrive and it would look all sketchy?
What?
Yeah.
Starting to see things where I'd see people walking up with backpacks.
By the way, that's not footage. That's actor portrayed footage.
And they were unloading large numbers of ballots, stuffing them in the box. Recorded some of that and took pictures of it. And
that's Dinesh D'Souza in costume. Also, remember how they said they put so many that they drop them? They had fucking 2 or 3. That's somebody doing their own. Like, none of this qualifies as ballot stuffing. God damn.
Those things. I spotted plates from Texas, from Colorado, South
It's almost like people moved home from college to stay with their family and friends during COVID.
Carolina, North Carolina. And I just thought that was odd that all these states were coming in, and these people would get out, and I'd watch them get out, and then they'd go up to the ballot and stuff the ballot in the ballot box.
Again, this is not actual footage. And so as a documentarian, this is I mean, there's a lot of bullshit in this, but this is the single most egregious lie, because this is their attempt. The security footage is real, and they're going, this is actual footage. This stuff you're supposed to assume is actual footage when it's recreated. These are performers. And it's obvious they're performers. But it's not marked that they're performers. Which is, in a documentary, you would say some of these things have been recreated, da-da-da-da.
I thought that was kind of odd. So, we took pictures of those things when we took pictures.
And it's the same angle it's the same fucking dude. They shot it from 2 angles. It's not even this. Oh, God damn it. It's the same footage we just saw. They just did this. They shot the same footage. Where is he? This guy So they shot the shot from the front. This ballot box. This is the same shot.
14th. It ended on the 31st of December.
And I went to all different places. Right? Okay, all different places. But
and we would monitor that.
I don't know why that qualifies as monitoring the box.
8 to 8 all day long. So consequently, during
thank you, Becky.
Those 2 weeks, I monitored those boxes indiscriminately. I would move around.
Now, again, this is security footage. This is not him monitoring fucking anything.
Around to the different areas.
Same here.
In the boxes and watching.
And what's the difference here
and then
to this?
Start to see things where
see how this guy walks up. Look at the backpack. Look at the hoodie. Look at the boots. Now look at him do this action.
They were unloading large numbers
and he reaches in
and
stuffs it in, and one falls down, and he reaches down and picks it up, and he puts it in, and then his bag is still open, and he walks away. Now watch this. They're showing that from one angle. That's supposedly you're supposed to, as a viewer, think this is this guy watching that guy from across the street.
From Texas,
then
from Colorado.
He's like, I went to different places.
South Carolina.
Saw these cars from all over. By the way, we didn't see that guy's car. He was fucking on foot or whatever.
North Carolina. And I just thought,
here he is rolling up. He's driving up his
that all these states.
Look at the guy. Same fucking guy. Same backpack. Same everything. The assumption is that you're either supposed to believe this is two different places when it is not, but also that this guy is an actual person that's actually going to multiple ones, and that this guy is basically tailing him. Watch. He'll put it in like he did, and the one falls out.
So, we took pictures of
on purpose, and he picks it up, puts it in, looks around, picks up his backpack, which is still open,
to a Dropbox,
and walks away. Same fucking guy. They just shot it from two angles to make it look, oh, fuck, this is lazy. Dinesh, fuck you, dude. This is garbage. Again, one of the things about the Jan 6 thing that is going to shock people is the volume of actual texts and actual video. You're not going to see any reenactments. You're not going to see anybody who refused to be on camera. They're only going to show you the people who would speak openly. Why the fuck would I believe this asshole at all? On what level? And by the way, he's a paid operative for the Republicans. What the fuck has he got to lose? You get to lie. Well, I'm not going to be on camera. No, we'll jail you out. You can say whatever the fuck you want. And I'm not under oath or anything? Nah. Do I have to fill out an affidavit that they could use in court later? No, get the fuck out of here. You get paid on Wednesday.
To the Georgia runoff, the actual day of the election, which was January 5th. I was up there. It was early in the morning. Now, there were Stacey Abrams people all along the sidewalk up there.
How did you know that they were Stacey Abrams people?
Let's just say, I know a Stacey Abrams person when I see one. Okay.
People, though.
Well, they had those masks on that said vote. Okay. She has one of those things. This was during COVID, right? And they were part of that initiative. I knew that she was part of that initiative that she had going on.
Yeah, trying to get people to vote. Sketchy.
About get out the vote kind of thing.
Yes. Get out the vote. The irony.
So it was Democratic Party and it was Abrams people that were, they were all interacting with each other. And then the local Democratic Party chairman was there also about 6:30 that evening.
Where is this? Again, where were they all? So they're all, who's sitting on top of the voting, the drop-off box, and who's masturbating into it? That's all I want to know.
We noticed there was a female couple.
Black lesbians. They're the worst.
These two ladies had run up, and they had a big stack of ballots. And we were standing there, and they tried to shove the ballots in there. And I'm looking at we're taking.
Does anybody have eyes on Diamond and Silk right now? Because I'm going to need proof it wasn't Diamond and Silk. We're going to have to give this guy 5 eggs. I'm sorry.
Pictures, and the other gentleman took some video and everything, and she turned around and looked at us, and she said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, we're taking a picture." And she said, "Well, you can't do that." And I said, "Yes, I can." And she got mad, and she ran up the sidewalk and left.
So you're saying the NRSC was made aware that there were people stuffing drop boxes at specific dates and times?
Yes.
Well, that's weird. So the Republican Party, let me get this straight, according to your testimony, if I may, sir. The Republican Party knew precisely when the date and time when ballot stuffing was going to take place. Now, how would they, who would cue them in on this, except if it was, I don't know, their plan? What? Perhaps. That they were the ones that actually, all right.
So with what you witnessed.
I don't want to know what he fucking witnessed. He says he has video. He filmed it. Let's see it. Let's see this woman get mad at him.
During your time watching these Dropbox, do you believe that was...
I don't give a fuck what he believes. Show me the video. Who gives a shit? He filmed it.
Enough for law enforcement
to arrest Donald Trump? Yes, I think so.
Get involved.
Oh, definitely. But after several weeks, no contact or anything, and, you know, I just...
Now, so you're saying, though, if somebody had contacted you, you would be willing to...
What do you mean? If they contacted you? If you have evidence of a crime, contact them.
Testify to these things and give those depositions on...
Give a deposition. Testify. Would you be willing to put in an affidavit where you tell them what you believed you saw?
I would have had to.
Yeah.
I would have had to. I'm not going to now. Fuck that.
I would have had to.
I would have had to, as a paid operative of the Republican Party. And we're back in Dinesh's kitchen, and we never saw that motherfucker's video. Please tell me he's going to play it next. Oh my God, a fake fucking phone call. Hi, is Debbie there with you? Hold on, she's screaming at the help. She'll be in a second. Yeah, he's on Grindr.
Catherine, hey.
Oh, what are the odds? Guys, you're rolling, right? She called. The timing is perfect.
I just interviewed an informant in Arizona who's...
An informant in Arizona? Does he have less video than the last fucking guy?
He's now cooperating with authorities.
Look out. All right.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And he'll do it on camera, and they'll perform. Not perform. They'll talk on camera and they'll tell everything they know, and they'll sign an affidavit, and they'll actually show their face.
Check your email.
Okay, awesome. I'll
check your email. It's under redacted unknown people who don't want to appear on camera.
Do it. Thanks so much. Okay, bye. Hey, honey.
Hey, honey, were you just lurking in the living room, making sure that I wasn't fucking the woman from the fake cyber company that we set up? No, I was just kind of sitting at the dining table alone.
Yeah.
Take a look at this. So this is
that was awesome. I have to see that again. Listen, the call itself is amazing, but watch when she comes in. She's early for her cue.
An informant in Arizona who's now cooperating with authorities.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Check your email.
Okay, awesome. I'll do it. Thanks so much. Okay, bye. Hey, honey.
Yeah.
Hey, yes. Fuck, cut, back to one. Wait till I actually say, hey, honey, before you come in the goddamn... You're not supposed to be here. We don't want people to think you just spy on me when I'm on the fucking phone. Get out of here. Oh, that's great. That's the shit. Hold on. This is fun. Wait, that's the whole phone call. Oh, and by the way, she doesn't actually call. They just put in a sound effect. So the phone doesn't even ring. They're faking that it's ringing. He just picks up the phone and goes, hello. And then they play the recording of her saying it because they did. Watch this. Watch the screen. Shit. Watch. Nothing. Like, it's just vibrating for no fucking reason.
Catherine, hey.
Catherine, hey. It's weird. How did you break into my phone? Are you trapped inside? Shit.
Greg just interviewed and
Are you? Hi, Catherine. I'm not on Pornhub. No, I am not searching cyber wench. No.
informant in Arizona who's now cooperating with authorities.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Check your email.
Okay, awesome. I'll do it. Thanks so much. Okay, bye. Hey, honey.
God damn it. Hey, honey. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Take a look at this. So this is...
What happened? Sounds so dramatic. What occurred?
I remember Greg...
Did something occur?
Greg was...
She asked me to check my email before you came in the room and asked me what happened, and I've already got the email up.
Going to interview that Mule, and so we got the video.
Oh, boy. That was quick. God damn. I want their internet. Mike Lindell, you are off the hook. This is the this is the single dumbest moment. And the Oscar, you love me. You really love me. Oh, God. Oh, shit. I have to say, I mean, this is now officially one of my favorite Dinesh D'Souza moments. It almost beats the time he out-racist her or she out-racist him in his video. I'm sorry, I have to watch the whole thing again. Here we go.
So you're saying the NRSC was made aware that there were people stuck in
you filmed it,
drop boxes
and
at
no
specific
one
dates
will.
and times.
Where's your video?
So with what you witnessed during your time watching these drop boxes, do you believe that was...
Do you believe that you should come forward with what you said, or just be digitized? Well, I'm trapped inside Wreck-It Ralph. So.
Enough for law enforcement.
God damn, the scene! I'm laughing about this scene before it even happens.
Oh, definitely. But after several weeks, no contact or anything, I just...
No, so you're saying, though, if somebody had contacted you, you would be willing to testify to these things and give those depositions under oath?
I would have had to.
Here it comes.
I would have had to.
Here it comes. Fake phone. Cue the fake phone. And pick it up.
Catherine, hey.
Greg
Recording.
just interviewed an informant in Arizona who's now cooperating with authorities.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Check your email.
Okay, awesome.
Cue
I'll do
Debbie.
it. Thanks so much. Okay, bye. Hey, honey.
Now I shit.
Take a look at this. So this is, I remember Greg was going to interview...
Check your email for a fully downloaded 4K video that we just sent you of a total whistleblower. This is the stuff we've been waiting for that just happened, and we already have the footage.
That Mule, and so we got the video.
Thank you again for
Oh, fuck you. What?
Concealing her identity.
Oh, are they? You don't say. I just thought your camera work sucked. They're who's they, dumbass? She's concealing her identity. What the fuck is she afraid of? I'm dead serious. If she has actual evidence of shit like this, I mean, look at Kyle Rittenhouse. You can become a hero of the right in an instant. It doesn't even take fucking work. What are any of these? Why are these assholes pixeled out or hidden? What the fuck?
So what was your
job?
What
Oh my God, this is riveting. I'm so glad we're filming in the kitchen so we can write it off.
were you doing? Receptionist.
I was a receptionist. I was right. Hold on one second. I gotta find so. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta do something real quick, and then we'll continue. Shit. I can type. hold on one sec. I just have to. I want to do this fairly. So,
yeah. I was watching this like Dinesh D'Souza video, and I'm pretty sure I witnessed a crime where I don't know whether slander or something. I mean, I won't admit to it in a fucking court of law or anything. But
so at some point,
you were asked or sort of instructed, I guess. I was sort of instructed, yeah. To start receiving people's ballots. Yeah. I slept with 10 or 12 ballots a night. It was horrifying.
I was just instructed to go ahead and receive ballots.
Yeah, and she didn't have much choice because she's a digital person.
From various people.
Yeah, and it's not like she's lying at all in a way that makes people waddle back and forth in their chair. Don't let that fool you. Totally fucking real, bruh.
Females mostly?
Oh yeah. You bet your ass it was females mostly. That shit, you know how many more copies of this documentary you could sell if it had just been called 2,000 Females Mostly? Sorry. I didn't mean to laugh.
And on Friday?
Yeah, Friday's the day, man. Friday's fucking payday. Everybody's working for the weekend.
They would come and pick up payment. I assumed it was payments.
Yeah, we don't need evidence. Just your assumption is enough. I mean, obviously you're willing to come forward and be a shadow, and few Americans would be willing to do that.
For what they were doing.
And by the way, this is in no way Debbie D'Souza. I don't want anybody to think that. She's totally different hair, bro. So they would, during the week, they would bring them in at various times? Oh, it's terrible, that poor woman. I don't mean this woman, I mean the woman in the video that they're watching. Also, this woman sitting next to that dude. That poor woman. And then you would pay them, like, all on a Friday? Is that kind of how it went?
Yes.
Interesting. Interesting. So you assumed that it was payment, and you paid them. How did you assume you were paying them when you were paying them? What was the assumption like?
And then I would get a call to find out how many ballots were brought in, and if they were already pre-filled out first.
Fabulous.
And she would come to the office, look at them, and then before she left, she would either take them herself.
Right, because she was going straight to the RNC.
But other times she would ask me if I could drop them off at the library.
Right, and no one explained to you what a cooperating witness could be, or... So what was the instruction? Nobody reads the instructions, honestly. You just pick up the Allen wrench and start twisting. I mean, it's not like it's IKEA furniture.
Just to drop them off.
Yeah. In the box. In the drop box? Yeah, dumbass. What do you think I'm gonna drop them off? At a fucking pizzeria?
Drop box. The early ballots.
Yeah. Can you give me an idea of how many you personally put in the box? And all of them were for Trump, right? Hundreds?
Could have been, yes.
Yeah, it could. I don't know how to count, so. Was there a reason she wanted you to go to that drop box? Yeah, because this dude liked me walking by. As opposed to maybe City Hall or something?
There's no cameras.
Ah. Yeah, and that's a real problem when a camera can't see what's going on, because you don't even know what's happening. You don't even know if you can trust the story you're being told if a camera is not involved that can show you that what you're seeing is really something that you can trust. What the...
There's no cameras there.
Oh.
And she would want me to take it in the evening when it was dark.
Well, I can understand that. Take it in the evening. One more time. Do you think this is widespread? Okay, this is starting to sound dirty. In Yuma County or elsewhere? It's everywhere.
I would say that.
Oh, absolutely. It's a Republican-run county. So do you think that... Oh, terrible. Terrible, terrible. Terrible, just terrible. I mean her face. People you know in St. Louis, they believe that their vote matters?
I don't even think they know the meaning of what voting is.
That's terrible.
horrible.
Do you personally think that the elections in San Luis are free and fair?
No, of course not. She dropped off hundreds of Trump ballots.
No. They're fixed. They've been fixed.
Thank God you've come forward to expose this, and you're standing by what you say.
They already know, seriously, who is going to win the next election before it.
Wow. They, them, they know. I know, you know who they, them are. They, them.
Even happens.
Yeah.
How do you think this affects the community?
She already told you, fucko. Nobody gives a shit. Her whole community doesn't even know how to vote.
Especially the Hispanic community, because it seems like they're preying on minorities.
Yeah, it's weird that the Latino vote for Trump went up magically based on nothing against what the polling data was saying. It's curious that. How do you think?
They're an easy target because most of the Hispanics that live in the town are not well educated as far as the law.
Oh, and only one of the candidates said out loud that he loves the poorly educated, so...
They look at it mostly as, oh, she's trying to help us because we're older.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely not true.
Because she's having someone come and pick it up at my house because I don't drive. Most of them, maybe, I would say honestly, 90% of the elderlies that live in San Luis don't drive.
Oh, so we should always have mail-in voting for them? No excuse mail-in voting then? Why did they have to drop them off? They could just mail them.
Or have relatives that are willing to drive them to do this.
So they would need a third party if they want to vote at all.
To go to the voting polls.
Right.
Back when I first moved into the city of San Luis.
From Russia.
I did have somebody come and knock on my door.
Who can it be now?
And ask for my ballot. And it was somebody I knew. And that I had known for many years since I was a child.
You just, hold on. You just moved there. You just moved to your hometown as an adult. Yeah, no, never mind. Sorry. It checks out. Totally checks out.
And up to this day, that person does not talk to me.
And you lost a childhood friend that you met as an adult, and they won't talk to you anymore? Sounds sane.
Because I said there was no way I was giving them my ballot.
Oh, finally, someone with integrity who will stand by their word and show the world who they are and what they... Oh.
What a brave woman to do.
He's so brave. So brave. I mean, to not hide from the world and just tell your truth without fear and just let everyone know and give evidence. That's the best thing. Not just be all talk against a window, hiding who you are and having your voice modulated. Not doing that, but really, I mean, that's what that woman actually looks like. She was not hiding her identity. She's actually that dark. This is how viciously the Democrats prey on minorities.
This.
Totally.
I call it the Mexican mafia, seriously.
Oh, so the Mexican mafia was doing this. So Trump voters, I see.
Because they work like that.
It seems like we need to do a better job of maybe educating folks or helping people understand that this stuff's not okay.
Yeah, people should, really, like you did, come forward fearlessly and show the world.
I offered a long time ago.
But I did have a couple of conditions, like not giving my name, not giving any evidence, hiding my face, and living in total darkness.
But again, they told me, oh, don't do it because you're gonna end up in the trash can in pieces.
Why? Oh, so MS-13's running for office?
What do you think it's going to take to get this trafficking to stop?
For people to get caught and to pay the price.
So I guess you got evidence, you recorded something, you've got video of you hanging out, and you blocks out who you are to protect your identity, but you're a whistleblower, you've got paperwork, you're going to show us finally the real footage.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Wow. What a shitty kitchen. Literally, this couple has nothing on their calendar. 2 days of work, rest of the month is just empty. Uh-oh.
We know that the
more backpacks.
Mules got their stash.
Hey, that's the same fucker.
Of ballots from these activist organizations.
Oh, and more footage. Sorry, it's wrong of me.
This is the same actor they used for this footage. Apparently, he dropped off the ballots, and he still got them in his backpack.
But where did the activist organizations get the ballots from?
Yeah, that's a good question. Or did they?
Hans von Spakovsky is a former member of the Federal Election Commission, a senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation.
Oh, okay. So he's a centrist and he's not biased at all.
And co-author of the book Our Broken Elections.
Oh, so he doesn't already have a dog in this at all.
I will say election fraud is bipartisan, but most of the cases I see are, unfortunately, the Democratic Party.
Oh, yeah? Have you looked at the current arrest stats on fraudulent voters in Florida alone?
Hans, you just watched
the footage I gave you. You already believe this shit. And you're sitting awkwardly with me in your living room with two chairs facing each other and no table. We're having a conversation like two men never do.
A mule kind of fessing up about...
No, he didn't. Citation needed. Evidence needed. A woman not showing her face and not willing to give her name and filming herself against a black background. In the context of the bullshit we've seen already, I'm saying actor.
Participating in...
A bad actor. But, I mean, you don't have to act that well when they're modulating your voice.
This trafficking operation. Is this kind of a mule operation something familiar to you?
But unfortunately, this is so common in some parts of America, particularly the Hispanic community, that they have a special name there. There they call them politiqueros. And these are individuals who are paid.
That's why you should not let Mexicans vote. That's the whole thing. Never let Latinos vote. He's been pushing this for a long time.
Paid by campaigns or political parties.
Oh, like a political party that's having a hard time with the Latino vote and needs to get it to go up?
To go into neighborhoods and collect absentee ballots to pressure and coerce voters.
People who observe election fraud have commented that absentee ballot fraud or mail ballot fraud is the easiest and the most common type of election.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's easier certainly than wearing a Mission Impossible mask and faking the voice of the voter. That's expensive, just to say the least. Especially after your third one, you can only dun 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 dun. He found Mr. Ethan Hunt. Oh, thank you, Coretta, for sending something via the Cash App. I appreciate that. And Robert, thank you for the Venmo. And Kurt, oh my gosh. Kurt, thank you so much. Thanks for supporting me going through this whole frigging thing. I know I'm going over tonight, but, you know, this is a special edition in lieu of the 6. I really do have to cut off at 6 probably because I got to feed the fam. But thank you so much. And thank you, Coretta. There we go. And put this up there. I'm going to use the timer so I can see what's going on. Coretta, thank you so much. And appreciate it. And Andrea as well. You did one a little bit ago, and I wanted to thank you for that. Okay.
Election fraud. Why is that?
Well, because it would obviously be the easiest kind. That doesn't mean there's more of it. That just means, of course, that's the easiest kind than faking someone's identity in person.
Well, because they're the only kind of ballot that is voted outside the supervision of election officials.
Oh, for fuck's sake. No, it isn't.
And outside the observation of poll watchers. Transparency, as you know, is very important in the election process.
Yeah, but you have a retroactive way to check by canvassing afterwards, which they always do. They do a recount. And then they canvass, and if there's any area where there's an anomaly between the polls and what showed up, or if a candidate got a measurably odd number of ballots, they can call people up and go, "Did you really vote this way?" And they go, "Yeah, damn straight I did."
And there's no one there at a voter's home to observe what's happening. Also, remember, when you're in a polling place, you fill out your ballot and you then deposit it directly into the ballot box. That obviously is not what happens with absentee ballots.
There are some states, I believe, about
where they allow you to steam open an envelope and put a dookie in the actual envelope and then reseal it.
Half of them, about 27 states, that allow voter harvesting. And by voter harvesting, what we mean is that you are allowed to give your ballot to someone else and ask them to deliver it. Now, are there any states in which you're allowed to pay mules to deliver ballots?
All right. They have not established that payment has actually happened. And he's understood that there's a problem with his argument. There's a huge problem with the argument. The argument is that they have not established that these people are actually mules yet. And the number of ballots is so fucking small that they have to crank this up into crime by saying they were paid to do it. Like, instead of like, I gave somebody gas money the same day they dropped off the ballots for me and everybody in the apartment building.
To drop boxes.
No, you're not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah, that's a naughty no-no.
Allowing vote trafficking to begin with.
Like Mark Meadows pretending to live and vote in a place that he doesn't.
Is a huge mistake because you're giving third-party strangers,
as opposed to first-party strangers.
Candidates, campaign staffers, party activists, all people who have a stake in the outcome of the election.
Oh, you mean like the RNC guy that was paid for to watch the ballot boxes and they told him to go to certain places and observe specific crimes happening, allegedly, when they knew they knew that it was their fake ballots that were being dropped off. But it would be a good way. They would only use the evidence if they felt like it would help, Trump win,
You're giving them the ability to handle something very valuable, a ballot.
Voter fraud is almost incalculably rare in the United States.
Does it ever happen? Okay, occasionally it does happen, but it doesn't happen on a national scale.
It doesn't affect the outcome.
It would affect the outcome.
I read these days constantly that election fraud,
I read that you shouldn't really sit alone with this guy in his house because you'll end up in his crawl space.
Well, it could occur, but those cases are extremely rare. They're so episodic.
Well, yeah, they were extremely rare until Trump decided to buy hundreds of thousands of votes in an attempt to try and win the popular vote because he was still grinding over Hillary winning it last time. And,
They don't have the ability to tip an election. Is that true?
Fraud happens often enough that elections get overturned. I mean, just go back 3 years to 2018 and a congressional race was overturned. I can cite to you.
A congressional race was overturned because of cheating in the primary on the Republican side.
Another case in Mississippi, it was just overturned by a court because of fraud. Same thing in Florida. But look, that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah. Just drive down any alley in America and your camera will only shoot blue.
Now, we've shown that you've got these mules who are picking up these ballots at...
No, you haven't. Stop. This is fake footage.
Vote stash houses.
It's the same dude.
Where do these organizations...
It's the same hoodie guy with his open backpack. Fuck, this dude's busy.
Get ballots.
Well, to quote Shakespeare, let me count the ways.
Hey, thanks for trusting us at voteharvesters.com.
Everything
what's up, Skip?
From filling out absentee ballot request forms for voters, but having the ballots sent to them, to actually going to the voters. And
yes, and those people get busted, and there's never a significant number of them. And I would argue there's more Republicans doing it.
Obtaining the ballots from them, to stealing them out of mailboxes, to actually using high quality.
Jesus Christ, you're gonna do 20 fucking years for one vote if you're caught? These days with Ring fucking doorbell cams and people tracking whether they voted on their phone? Get out of here.
Photocopy machines to make their own ballots. Look, these cases unfortunately go on all the time.
Yeah, they photocopy them in primaries for like school board shit when there's no QR code or UPC symbol that makes it a unique ballot. Yeah, in fucking 2002.
You can go to 2018, which wasn't that long ago, in North Carolina.
Leslie McCrae Dowless is accused of mishandling absentee ballots in North Carolina's 9th District.
Dowless would frequently obtain this report from the Board of Elections looking for the date an absentee ballot was mailed and if it had been returned.
Ginger Eason, who first told me she was hired to pick up ballots, and Kelly Hendricks, who testified she did the same thing. What would you do with the ballots after you picked them up?
Take them straight to the office in Dublin and hand them over to McCrae. And I don't know what happened to him after that. I know there was stacks of them on his desk.
There was testimony in the case that his staffers were falsely signing as witnesses on those absentee ballots. Because he had done this before, he actually apparently had signatures of voters from prior elections.
Hold on. Hold on. Oops. Charlotte Observer. Wake up. Don't make me pay for it. No, I don't want to. Hold on. Why am I like all these federal Justice in 2020 Cray, where is he? Disputed North here you go. L. McCrae Dowless Jr. Where's that fucking... Is it the same guy? Hold on. Back up. Back up to this guy. I want to see the... I'm trying to find the article that they were talking about.
Using high-quality photocopy machines to make their own ballots. Look, these cases, unfortunately, go on all the time. You can go to 2018, which wasn't that long ago, in North Carolina.
Okay. North Carolina, this is Washington Post. So, justice officials were briefed months ago. Let's see. Here you go. This is the article he's showing. Okay. Justice officials were briefed months ago on allegations against operative at the center of North Carolina election fraud scandal. This is Leslie McCrae Dowless poses for a portrait outside his home in Bladensboro, North Carolina. 9 months before allegations of absentee ballot fraud tainted a congressional race in North Carolina, the state elections board gave officials from the Justice Department main office evidence that the political operative at the center of the scandal had to use similar tactics in 2016. On the 20th, the chief of the Justice Department's public integrity section, which oversees prosecutions of election crimes, met in Raleigh State with state officials and U.S. Attorney Robert Higdon. According to an election board spokesman, the following day, the state officials sent a public integrity lawyer an 8-page memo describing interviews with 2 campaign workers who said they were paid during the 2016 election. This didn't take long to get busted. Political operative Leslie McCrae Dowless. Under North Carolina law, only voters or their close relatives or guardians may deliver mail-in ballots. The memo has also summarized interviews with 3 Bladen County voters who filed complaints saying that those campaign workers had sought their ballots. The meeting and follow-up email obtained by the Washington Post under a public records request are the first public indication officials at the Justice Department in Washington were made aware of the allegations against Dowless. Dowless has emerged in recent weeks as a key figure in the absent ballot scandal and Republican Mark Harris's 2018 congressional bid. State election officials and some voters have expressed frustration the federal prosecutors of the U.S. Attorney's Office in North Carolina did not act more aggressively to pursue earlier complaints against Dowless and potentially stop him from working on campaigns. Dowless worked for one of Harris's campaign vendors, and the state election...
Leslie McCrae Dowless is accused of mishandling absentee ballots in...
On behalf of Republican Mark Harris,
North Carolina's 9th District.
For the second time.
Dallas would frequently obtain this report from the Board of Elections looking for the date an absentee ballot was mailed and if it had been returned.
Ginger Eason, who first told me she was hired to pick up ballots, and Kelly Hendricks, who testified she did the same.
By the way, these women are testifying. They're not afraid of losing their lives. They're not afraid of losing their lives at all. Notice these women are not shaded in darkness.
What would you do if the ballots after you pick?
Well, I would make sure that I was not appearing on camera because I'm afraid I'll end up cutting to little pieces.
Them up.
Take them straight to the office in Dublin and hand them over to McCrae. And I don't know what happened to him after that. I know there was stacks of them on his desk.
There was testimony in the case that his staffers were falsely signing as
his Republican staffers
witnesses on those absentee ballots. Because he had done this before, he actually apparently had signatures of voters from prior elections in his offices. Voter rolls are in notoriously bad shape. States do a very bad job.
Oh, so we should federalize them and create
of taking people off who are no longer eligible because they've died or moved away.
Yeah, but dead people don't vote.
And it's very easy to get hold of a state's voter registration
yeah, and the ballots for the dead people do you no fucking good.
List. So, you know, if somebody's on the list and they haven't voted in 10 years.
I'd love to know who funded this horseshit. Quite frankly, a lot of money went into this. You got millions of dollars.
Years, you're probably pretty safe in trying to cast a ballot.
On their behalf.
On their behalf. Remember, in states that made the mistake of simply mailing out a absentee ballot to every single registered voter, well, if you're a fraudster and you get hold of that absentee ballot,
you could make a lot of money from the Trump campaign.
What? You've got 90% of the information you need to fill it out because the name's going to be on the outer envelope and their registered address.
Let's follow the track of these mail-out ballots, right? Let's just say you got students on a campus, they've voted, but then they graduate, and obviously they move to a different state. If they're on the voter rolls, is it not a fact that mail ballots will be arriving in the dorms and arriving in, and so presumably they're not going to be that hard to scoop up if somebody knows where to look for them.
No.
And if there's ever any kind of election investigation in general, someone will notice that they voted in two states at once, kind of like Kellyanne Conway, for example, and we'll end up getting in deep shit.
Well, that's exactly right. And, you know, I work in the District of Columbia. They mailed out absentee ballots to all of their registered voters.
No, they didn't. They sent out absentee ballot applications.
I can't tell you how many phone calls I got from people that I know saying that not only had their ballot arrived in the mail, but 5, 6, 7 ballots all coming into their apartment for people who used to live there.
Now, a former Supreme Court justice.
And, of course, they filled them out and voted for Trump, and that's how you get his numbers.
What?
In Wisconsin named Gableman has done a preliminary report. He talks about
it's very preliminary. So preliminary, no one will go on the record.
The fact that there are approximately 90,000 people in Wisconsin who are in resident care facilities or nursing homes.
So she's basically not capable any longer of even remaining awake for more than a few minutes.
And so are you surprised that she voted in February 2021?
Absolutely.
But she voted in February of 2021? For who?
I was surprised to hear that she voted in the last presidential election.
Much to my surprise, she had voted for the last, off and on for the last 10 years.
For Trump.
I guess in my
for Republicans
mind, I thought if you put your parent into a facility because they were incapacitated, they would not even be offered the
legal representation. I was saying, keep her medicated until she dies so I can get the house.
Vote. They make you vote.
They make you vote here? And so how do they make you vote?
Because I didn't want to vote, and they told me I had to.
That is.
Again, for who? Just ask her who they made her vote for. They made me vote for Joe Biden. In this movie, they can't get that on tape? What the fuck?
It's a real problem. Clearly it was a problem in Wisconsin 2020, but unfortunately that's a perennial problem in other states too. What happens is...
It's weird. And you know, older voters tend to go Republican. It's almost as if there's a thumb on that scale that skews it.
You have staff in those nursing homes,
which are obviously young and brown and very AOC sexy, and are wearing classy, modern nursing outfits, and are asking you to... They've got a pen, and they're biting on the end of it. And they're asking you to fill something.
Sometimes they are activists politically.
Yeah, yeah. Brown activists, obviously. Brown female, you know, women.
They get these individuals registered to vote, or if they're already registered to vote, they will request absentee ballots in their name, sometimes forging their signatures, and then filling out the ballots
well, then arrest one of them. One of them.
For them. Just prior to the 2020 election, the state of Texas indicted a
Texas
social worker in a home for young people who were basically mentally incompetent. She had sent in over 100 voter registrations for these individuals who were not legally competent to vote.
Texas woman indicted, voter registration, youth program, something like that. What year was this? Hold on, back up. They make you vote. They make
nursing
you.
Homes.
These girls,
Sometimes
these beautiful girls come in and they go.
They are activists politically.
Hold on.
They get these individuals registered to vote, or if they're already registered to vote, they will request absentee ballots in their name, sometimes forging their signatures, and then filling out the ballots for them. Just prior to the 2020 election, the state of Texas indicted a social worker.
Okay, Texas, I'll see, social worker. There we go. This is the story. Now, the fact that I have to go hunt this story down and show it to you shows what bullshit this movie is. Mexia, Texas. A social worker in Texas has been charged with 134 counts in an election fraud investigation. Officials with the Texas Attorney General's office said. Attorney General Ken Paxton announced Friday that his election fraud unit and other officials charged Kelly Reagan Bruner, a social worker in the Mexia State Supported Living Center, with 134 felony counts of purportedly acting as an agent and of election fraud. Bruner allegedly submitted voter registration application for 67 residents without their signature or effective consent while purporting to act as their agent. In Texas, we prosecute voter fraud to the fullest extent of the law. I strongly commend the Limestone office, sheriff's office, because they got a bunch of unsigned voter registration forms and busted the idiot who was doing them. Fucking hell. Registering citizens to vote or to obtain mail ballots without their consent is illegal. All right, I don't know that she did that, but the assumption is that they would get mail ballots because they're incapacitated. It's particularly offensive when individuals reported to be champions for disability rights, when in reality they are abusing our most vulnerable citizens. Under Texas law, only a parent, spouse, or child who is qualified voter for the county may act as an agent in registering a person to vote after being appointed to do so by that person. Officials said that none of the SSLC patients gave effective consent to be registered, and a number of them have been declared totally mentally incapacitated by a court, therefore making them ineligible to vote in Texas. But they can still run for office. Ask Louis Gohmert. This is the story on it. Hold on. This is amplify their political voice. State-supported senators have served the intellectual. Okay. She tried to register people to vote. Are we to assume she got paid? Let's see, Limestone. Here you go. Attorney General Pettit announced the election fraud unit Blah, blah, blah. We saw that part. State supporting living centers serve people, blah, blah. Paxton News. All right. That's his own page. Texas social worker charged with 134 counts. I'm trying to find the, if she ever pled. If convicted, she faces up to 10 years in prison for the alleged offenses. Serve people with intellectual allegedly under Texas law, only a parent, blah, blah, blah. None of the SSLP gave effect. Strong command. Okay, the same languaging. It's the same fucking story with the same details from everybody. Okay, here we go. Local social worker released on bond after being charged with 134 counts in election fraud investigation. Kelly Reagan Bruner, a social worker, did that. She was arrested November 2nd, released later that day after posting combined bonds of $35,000, according to jail records. She's accused of submitting voter registration. According to the indictment, she completed, signed, and submitted voter registration. Only parent child, none of the SSL parents registered this. More than 75% of county voters cast ballot Tuesday for Donald Trump. So this happened in a Trump county. Right. It does not say whether she was convicted or not. Charged with okay. November 7th, 2020. One more time. We'll just give it a try. From the Texan. That's not her, by the way. If convicted. Does anybody know what happened? Okay. As of June, the OAG has successfully prosecuted 457 counts of voter fraud since the office's election fraud unit was founded in 2004. A few months ago, Gregg County Commissioner and his conspirators were indicted on 134. A Gregg County Commissioner and his conspirators were indicted on 134 counts of fraud during his 2018 Democratic primary campaign, which he won by 5 votes. His primary again. In October, a Carrollton mayoral candidate was arrested on 109 counts of voter fraud. The issue became a flashpoint this year, and the expansion of mail ballot operations occurred due to coronavirus. They prosecuted 457 cases. Oh, and then I got to pay for it. Forget it. By the way, rules are different in primaries, and they're way easier to catch because they have, like, I guess they're some way harder because they don't have the legislative rules about the quality of the ballot having to do. That's why you can have caucuses and people could just raise their fucking hands up to the parties.
For young people who were basically mentally incompetent, she had sent
in a Trump county
in over 100 voter registrations
in a Trump county that amazingly he won by a lot.
To these individuals who were not legally competent to vote.
And yet, they in a Trump county, they got registered to vote.
What about homeless shelters?
Look, if a homeless individual is mentally capable, they ought to be able to vote. And if the only place they can list as a registered address is a homeless shelter, that's fine. But the problem there is that it's very easy, I think, for them to be intimidated and coerced. In Chicago, the largest election fraud case the U.S. Justice Department ever prosecuted. They were paying homeless individuals to cast ballots the way they wanted them to cast ballots.
What made you want?
And they got busted.
Want to do this? What made you want to get involved?
Well, I knew election stuff was supposed to be something good to do, and then plus I needed a little extra money to get Christmas for my son. So that's why, the main reason I did that.
Election stuff is supposed to be good, like election fraud is something supposed to be good to do.
Who do these fraudsters pick on? They pick on the most vulnerable in our society.
Dinesh D'Souza.
They go into poor neighborhoods.
And film them?
They pick on the elderly. They
Dinesh D'Souza filming?
Pick on people for whom English is not their first language. When we're trying to stop election.
Yeah, and thank God Republicans never pick on people with whom English is not their first language.
Fraud. We're actually trying to protect, I'd say, the most vulnerable people in our society.
Yeah, that's the sweet part. The most vulnerable people, of course. Yeah. They don't know. I mean, they can't vote.
We now know where the ballots could have come from, but...
We now know where they could have come from, these fucking people?
To pull off a heist like this on a
heist
national scale would take deep pockets.
And the only campaign that had lots of money was the Trump. Oh, shit.
To find out where the money might have come from. Who could have funded the heist? I met with Scott Walter, an old colleague of mine at the American Enterprise Institute.
Another right-wing think tank.
Who is now head of the Capital Research Center. This is an organization that has produced multiple reports on the...
So wait, you had people pay you millions of dollars to film you chit-chatting with people you already fucking know.
Funding of elections.
People think of three rivers of money, really, that empty into the gulf of elections.
No, fuck off.
The hard dollars to...
I got you hard dollars.
You write a check to a candidate. The second, you hear soft money or dark money. And then there's a third river that people tend to neglect, but Capital Research Center has studied intently, and that is the 501c3 nonprofit money, the kind of charity that you get to take a tax deduction for.
Those fuckers.
That river is enormous. In the 2018 cycle...
Yeah, you mean churches?
About $21 billion.
Now, what do the IRS regulations say about the involvement of these nonprofits?
By law...
By the way, taking the number that all 501c3s do that have any, like, technically speaking, any political bone to pick, and then calling them basically PACs is horseshit.
These nonprofit charities...
What party did she register them for? Karen, she was registering them for a Republican.
Are forbidden to directly intervene in elections in any way or to help a particular party or candidate.
Right, they advocate for a specific issue.
The IRS is emphatic that you cannot intend or even have the effect of helping one party or candidate over the other.
Now,
right, but churches blow that shit off all the time.
Now let's talk about some of the key elements.
Let's talk about why you're Dutch angling a camera on a slider rather, moving in like this. I don't know what I'm seeing. Are you being... Dinesh, look out behind you. The mystery lady, she's there to stab you.
Particular network that
you're out of focus.
We're focusing on. We have...
What you say focus and you're literally out of focus when that happens?
We have drop boxes, and those drop boxes are, most people would think, funded entirely by the states. In other words, the drop boxes in Georgia are funded by the state of Georgia, but that's not entirely the case, is it?
In the
yeah, and people, like, if you try to go up to it and you don't have a Facebook account, it won't open.
2020 election, there was an unprecedented hundreds of millions of private dollars going into government election offices. The $470 million or so dollars were sent by Mark Zuckerberg and his wife.
We did our part to secure the integrity of the election.
There were a few other places that put in much smaller amounts.
Yeah, by the way, putting in like anonymous drop boxes, again, every possible instance of genuine fraud they have talked about, I'm putting in the Trump camp. And so, if anything, if you'll recall, wasn't Trump bragging about the fact that Zuckerberg would come to his office and beg for his help and that kind of stuff? And then, when was that trade conversation? Yeah, sure, data. I'll help you guys with some tax breaks if you set up a bunch of anonymous drop boxes so I can pump up my popular vote numbers.
One entity that put in $25 million was, again, a nonprofit that's part of the Arabella Advisors, which as a total empire in 2020 took in $1.7 billion.
Is there any evidence
that
this operation had a partisan thrust? Or
yes, is there any way to point to the fact that a lot of these drop boxes went into poor areas that had less than optimal options as far as voting and made up gaps in the state's budget?
Partisan character.
As we all know,
the best voting machines go to the white districts, and black people have to stand in line for hours. So a lot of these voting boxes, which are sketchy as fuck, went into the black.
Big money rarely comes without strings attached.
Yeah, you gotta actually use it so everyone can vote.
One of the big ones is lots.
Oh, you're saying, so the Deutsche Bank loans are, oh no.
And lots of drop boxes. Also, lots and lots of vote by mail. To get your nice...
Right, which does not help any particular candidate, unless you've been artificially suppressing that vote on purpose for years.
Big checks. You had to do things like have drop boxes, encourage vote.
Look at that one. It was a welded down metal thing. No wonder it took them hours to get it to take the box into the ballot area.
By mail, have ads in foreign languages, all kinds of things that...
Foreign languages.
Little by little are not...
That kept us from denying minorities the right to vote like we have for years.
Nudging the turnout for one particular political party.
Why? Oh, because it equalized something you were intentionally trying to make unequal for years.
In addition to the $470 or so million that went into the Zuckerberg operation.
Zuckerberg, listen to this fucker. Oh, dropping the anti-Semitism right there. We only got like 10 minutes left in this fucking thing. It's about time somebody, the Zuckerberg, he's saying the same anti-Semitic Lindell shit. You know, because, you know, the Jews and the monies.
You also had in 2020 a $120 million project, very secretive, called the Voter Registration Project. The $120 million, it came from...
They wanted to secretly register people to vote.
Soros's foundation. It came from Visa's foundation. It came from Warren Buffett's foundation.
Visa and Warren Buffett? Those fucking commies.
It came from unions like the SEIU.
Oh my God. Unions. Why didn't you tell me? Don't you realize what you've done?
The Voter Registration Project has as its goal...
What are you nodding at, fucko? That has as its goal the registering of voters who are dissuaded from voting by the Republican Party often.
Increasing in the 8 target states over 2 million voters who are overwhelmingly expected to vote for the Democratic Party.
Right. Why aren't they... wouldn't that just be normal get out the vote stuff? But again, why are they not registered? They have the right to vote. They are citizens, yes. The expectation is from whomever that they are what would be effectively a demographic that would favor Democrats, but they are not registered to vote. So is there a similar number with Republicans in those areas? Because if not, then the money given to all the states or all the states that will take it will go where there is a deficit. And if it's a red state especially, the deficit is going to go to the Democratic voters because they are going to be underrepresented in this theory.
And so the states that we're talking about here, Arizona?
Yeah.
Yeah, McCain's state, right.
Yes.
Georgia?
Yeah.
Right, Brian Kemp's state.
Yes.
North Carolina?
Yeah, sorry. That one I have to give. I mean, that's might as well just be full of New York Jews and LGBT activists.
Yes.
Any others?
Nevada, New Mexico.
Here we've got...
see what I mean? Little man, little friend. See what I'm saying?
Where's
Dinesh's left hand? He gets excited when he hears about drop boxes.
Operation of illegal vote
Drop it like a box. Drop it like a box. Drop it like a box.
trafficking. You've got thousands of mules.
No, you don't.
They're being paid.
Bullshit, they're not.
To do this.
That's a lie.
What you're saying is there is more than enough money available to fund any such operation.
And yet, they're only dropping 5 votes apiece. I guess they have to save it in case you ever catch one of them and they need bail money.
In fact, this would be only one part of a much larger effort to...
Well, yeah, it was, I mean, Trump's failed effort, obviously. There's a lot of money flowing in, Russian money, Saudi money, Iranian, Chinese money to help Trump stay in office.
Control the election.
We are talking $500 million in nonprofit charitable funds flowing into efforts to register and get out the vote for Democrats.
Well, only because the registration and the availability of voting has been dampened by Republicans specifically. I mean, denial of machines, long lines, all that kind of stuff. That's where the gaps are.
Most of the left-wing mainstream media, when they reported on the Zuckerbergs going...
Fucking hell. This guy can't stop.
Through, they said they made it sound like, oh, it's all going to go for masks and, you know, plexiglass and all. And
drop boxes.
Every study that's ever been done of some of the grants to the big cities found a few percent maybe going to help people that way, and the massive amounts of money going into ginning up the vote by mail operation and the drop box.
Because that's the emergency they were facing, and it was election based, and they only had to mask up the workers that were helping with that
operation and those sorts of things.
This is so fucking lame.
Things that benefit one political party.
How confident should we be that this will be a fair election?
They're sending millions of ballots all over the country.
Yeah. By the way, Republicans don't like everyone voting.
This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen.
Trump. If he has anything to say about it. By the way, may I hold on?
Conservative.
Many of our Christians have what I call the goo-goo syndrome. Good government. They want everybody to vote. I don't want everybody to vote. Elections are not won by a majority of people. They never have been from the beginning of our country, and they are not now. As a matter of fact, our leverage in the elections, quite candidly, goes up as the voting populace goes down.
Mm-hmm. Literally co-founded the first organization that Dinesh was talking to in the beginning of this. Jesus Christ.
Predicted. He said the Democrats are going to cheat.
Yeah, because if you're going to cheat and you're afraid you won't be cheating enough to win, you can always put doubt in after the fact.
They're going to use the pretext of COVID. They're going to rig the rules in their favor. Nevertheless, Republicans focus their efforts on the campaign, while Democrats focus their efforts on the process of actually running the election.
The two sides don't approach elections in the same way.
No. The Democrats keep wanting people to vote, and Republicans keep wanting people not to vote. It's a very different approach.
Democrats, they understand that the rules, the process by which elections are conducted is just critical.
We must now...
Well, yeah. And? Yeah, that if you vote legally and you want everybody who's eligible to vote legally, you're kind of knowing the rules are kind of important.
Face the chill.
And especially if your goal isn't to, after you lose, cock up some sort of garbage schlockumentary and cry foul.
In reality, the Democrats conceived the heist. They funded it. They organized it.
Gibberish. He's in a hurry because he's got, what, 5 minutes in credits at the tail end?
And they carried it out.
Please interview Jenny Thomas. Please interview Jenny Thomas. Please interview Jenny Thomas.
They rigged and stole the 2020 presidential election.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Lonely man stands in front of the Supreme Court.
We cannot be okay with this.
I'm not okay with this idiocy. Will that work?
We cannot simply move on.
No. I don't want you to move on. I want you to grind about this and not trust an election ever again. And really think, I'm kidding. Everybody should vote. I can't even make a joke about that. I'm such a purist. I want everybody who's eligible to vote legally to vote. God damn it.
Guys, I'd like to have your honest assessment on what you've seen, what you've heard.
It's going to be the fucking same, except for Prager, who's going to be like, oh, this is compelling.
And what we can reasonably...
Yeah, actually, by the way, I don't know if they showed him more after that primary footage, but Prager is moved away from his total buy-in to his, let me think about this for a second.
Draw from it.
What do we have empirically?
Nothing.
We have data.
No, you don't.
Geolocated.
No, you don't.
We have footage.
No, you don't.
Of people harvesting ballots.
No, you don't.
Do we know who those ballots were for? We can't know who they were for.
Yeah, they're for Donald Trump. They're every last one. I can tell you right now if you need to know.
What?
Yeah, they were 100% Trump votes. He lost by even more than he thought he did.
However, you have to inject common sense.
Yes. Only a loser would try such a ham-handed approach to voter stuffing, and the guy who lost is probably your prime suspect.
Are we saying that in the centers of Democrat-held districts,
Trump decided to try and pad his popular vote numbers because he didn't think anybody would notice?
we are seeing hundreds and hundreds of visits to drop boxes with pro-Trump ballots?
Yes.
It beggars belief.
No, it doesn't. It makes total sense, because that's where you would pad the popular vote little by little across the entire country. That was Mike Lindell's plan.
It's ballot laundering. Looks pretty convincing to me. We don't.
Here's what I want to know is, why can't you get Charlie Kirk on a mic? Why don't you have enough lobs to go around?
I don't think we'll ever know the full story. And what makes this crime so compelling and unique is that
the guy who perpetrated it lost the election, and is now telling us not to trust elections. See the irony.
Once the ballot enters the system, it's really hard to reverse engineer it. But when you have the cell phone geolocation data and then the actual footage, of them doing what you would expect them to be doing, taking pictures.
None of that is true.
The ballots, taking gloves off, visiting.
Yeah, touching public items during a pandemic and then taking the gloves off and going home after dropping off their family's ballots.
Multiple times. I mean, it seems pretty clear to me.
It isn't clear to me, because apparently there were cameras on a bunch of these fucking places, and you don't have any of these individuals filmed at any of the other places that you showed in this fucking documentary. Not a fucking one. You're talking about people like, he went to 8 different ones. Well, tell me, 2 of them didn't have cameras? You know when? You geolocated him. You know the time and position he was in, or she was in, at any given time. Why do you only have footage of them in this thing at one location and you're re-airing it? There's not a single piece of footage in this thing where they show one guy go with a bunch of ballots and then at another place and the only thing close that we saw that resembles the same person going to multiple drop boxes and dropping off ballots was the actor that they filmed at the same drop box from multiple different angles. God damn, this is dumb.
And it explains the sudden spike in Biden's support that we saw late at night, the kind of instinct that people have.
Bullshit. The timing of that had nothing to do with it. People dropping off early voting drop boxes had nothing to do with the fucking extra votes at the end. None of this data. This is how fucking stupid Charlie Kirk is. Look at the end of this. At any point, did they say, this is on election day or the night before? This is when they shut down the machines in Georgia at 8 p.m. And then suddenly there's an uptick in Mules and drop. That's what you're supposed to infer from what this motherfucker is saying. But we saw nothing close to that. God damn, this is just lazy.
The control of the U.S. Senate went through Georgia with Chuck Schumer's majority leader, probably because of what we just saw.
No, Chuck Schumer is majority leader because Donald Trump talked people out of voting in the senatorial race in Georgia.
I'd like them to answer the Mules. If they say it's clean, then be honest and say, okay.
They have 2 ways they'll try to invalidate it. One is minimizing and then slander.
Yeah, right.
So they'll try to slander Dinesh personally. They'll say, oh, Trump pardoned him or whatever. Therefore, he's trying to get back at Trump to try to reinforce the big lie. I could
get back at him? You mean get Trump's back?
Already see the headline of the Washington Post. Trump pardoned ally comes out with questionable movie.
I predict right now they will say, what on earth is a conservative doing tracking private citizens? Gee, how dare, what is Dinesh deserve?
Yeah, Gorka's getting nervous right now because now he's worried about where he's been with his phone and the fact that you can buy it.
It's the Susan doing to voters.
And does he have my data? And if I don't agree to sign the waiver at the end of this stupid documentary...
At 3 a.m., in fact, I mean, that'll be part of it.
Intimidation will be the word. Right. The word will be intimidation. They'll say no person is safe. Communities of color are being tracked.
Sure.
People like in black neighborhoods are now going to have to fear for their life that their cell phone pings will be paired. And this is Jim Crow 2.0, Dinesh.
I disagree that this is not going to be compelling enough.
That's because you're stupid, Larry.
This is a smoking gun.
No, it is not.
This is O.J. Simpson being seen leaving the scene of the crime. I don't care how partisan you are. You can't dismiss all of this.
yes, I don't have to dismiss it. The case is not made. Your gullibility is not my standard of credulity.
How do you explain somebody going to a whole bunch of different drop boxes with a whole bunch of...
You don't. You don't even fucking show it. You had 2 hours. This movie's 2 fucking hours long. You didn't show me, you didn't show any of the people you thought were sketchy, the woman taking her glove off and throwing it in the trash can. You didn't show her at any of the other drop boxes. You didn't show any of these fuckers at more than one drop box. Not a fucking one. You wanted the inference that they were near them because they were around town. And then show a section about Zuckerberg giving money so that they add drop boxes in these areas. So they flooded drop boxes. So there's plenty of them everywhere. You don't have to go very far. You don't have to go across town. You don't have to cross the fucking street if you don't want to, because there were enough of them there because it was fucking COVID. So everywhere you go in town, you're within spitting distance of one of these fucking drop boxes, and the idea is, well, they stopped and dumped some fucking ballots in them. Eat a bag of frog assholes. This is lazy. Larry Elder, Larry was one of those guys where as a pseudo-intellectual on the right, I would often find him sort of, at least compelling in his argumentative style, where I was like, yeah, he could probably give an unprepared Democrat a run for their money on certain arguments, probably about his economic theory, however bullshit it is. Not anymore. This is just like, we are seeing raw, uncensored idiocy from Larry Elder.
Different ballots on the same night at 3:57 a.m. in the morning. How do you explain that?
You explain it by saying he didn't. You explain it by going, actually, I don't have any footage of him at any of the other drop boxes dropping off ballots at all. And there were so many drop boxes all over the fucking place, and we self-selected out any area he went to that wasn't near a drop box because it ate into our narrative. Dude.
That alone. I'm sorry.
They totally did order pizza.
I think a whole bunch of people in this country are going to go, oh my God.
I think that...
Yes. A whole bunch of people are going to watch this and go, oh my God, I will never get that time back. These men are morons.
If every American saw that, I think it would.
Yes. I tell you what, you're right, Dennis Prager. If every American saw something that was not in this film, you might have a point.
It would move the needle. However, their ability to keep their side ignorant is...
Excuse me? This fuckwad had every opportunity to inform me of any of these folks. Again, where's the footage of a single one in this whole 2-hour goddamn movie about these mules dropping off ballots? Why is there no footage of any of these people at more than one box dropping off more than 5, except for the one nurse who's clearly a caregiver? And the assumption probably is, if they're like, it's a caregiver, he's dropping them off, but it's a bunch of elderly old people that shouldn't have voted in the first place because a Republican district in fucking Wisconsin that went 100% for Donald Trump magically had people voting, and they didn't mind until Biden won the state.
It is total.
That's going to be impossible to keep a lid on this thing.
Bullshit.
This movie...
Dude, look, Dinesh personally put a cork in this bullshit himself.
It's an Overton window moment, right?
Oh, yeah. It's an Overton window, man. We're moving what's considered radical to normal thought, man. We're taking what's a crazy thought and we're making it acceptable. We're making people understand that this is normal, man.
So documentaries can do this every once in a while. Michael Moore did it. He moved the Overton window on many different topics 20 years ago. Al Gore did it with climate change. It'll happen.
Yeah, this is the inconvenient truth of voter fraud.
As Ernest Hemingway said, gradually and then suddenly. Because it's not just how many people are going to watch this film, it's who's going to watch it.
Well, I watched it, and I was annoyed, bored, and at the very end, and you got 4 minutes to fix this, felt lied to.
It's going to be lawmakers. It's going to be people that work for the Bureau. It's going to be someone somewhere with a conscience that has power and is...
I'm someone somewhere who has a conscience and power. I don't think it's the kind you're talking about, but unfortunately for you, Charlie Kirk, and every dipshit in this smoking lounge, this is a garbage argument made by morons and done in a way that is supposed to bait gullible confirmation bias assholes towards something they want to believe temporarily. I guarantee that if you pin down Prager or Larry Elder, even the other three, whatever, and you question them about this, you're like, dude, come on. He put together a 2 fucking hour movie telling you these people went multiple times to these places, and all these 501c4, you know, charities or voting groups, whatever, are across the street from houses, probably with Republicans in them, or like you could get surveillance footage from, you know, public buildings that's available and shows them going to those places, picking up the ballots, but you had to fake that footage. Did these this is the primary question I would have for all these assholes. Do you actually think the dude with the backpack in the car who's being filmed dropping shit off and drops the ballots twice at the different place because he's always clumsy, the dude who looks like the skateboarder driving around, do you actually think that's footage? Do you think I'm sure that Dinesh wants the audience to think that. I'm certain of it. And I'm curious, we'll look in the credits.
This is a problem. It can't be.
If he lists the dude as an actor or performer.
Dismissed.
I just did. I totally teabagged this whole stupid endeavor.
They have ruined Election Day in the United States of America. That's provable.
No, it isn't. It was fucking COVID, dummy. A pandemic did. Your favorite president got rid of the pandemic response team.
And that's enough for me to fight the left with every fiber in my body.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Boo, fuckity hoo. So what he's saying is, I'm willing to believe any lie you tell me, and I will pass along any lie you tell me, because the lie of my friend, against the enemy is the truth. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Without free and fair elections, we are not a democracy.
How did Dinesh D'Souza get into a voting place after hours? Who gave him a key? Oh, he's a Republican, right? He's voted for Trump, so he's allowed into the voting rooms and he can fuck around with ballots. We should just see him like wallowing in a pile of ballots.
A nation run by a criminal cartel masquerading as a democracy.
Oh, dude, this kind of late shitty argument.
Never in U.S. history has a presidential election been as thoroughly corrupted by coordinated fraud across multiple states as we now know.
Well, then, if that's the case, why were you so incapable of proving any of it? With all those fucking blue screens, think about all the bullshit we've seen in this movie. Your fucking map on the wall, and you in the kitchen talking, and the mystery whistleblower in fucking Arizona, edging purple state all the time.
Took place in 2020. Today, totalitarian regimes camouflage their fake elections with a...
They fake elections? Dude, cut, back up. Hold on. Take it, run it again.
Today, totalitarian regimes camouflage their fake elections.
They fake elections
with the appearance of democracy, but they're not real democracies. We don't want to join them. Our elections must represent the will of American citizens.
And we should not allow convicted felons in voting areas after closing time in the dark with no one else around. Why is he standing there?
We who believe in constitutional democracy must be diligent. If we give up, they win. In fact, if enough of us give up, they won't need to cheat anymore.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. We're just exhausted from cheating. We just want you to stop voting. And thankfully, Trump is convincing all of his voters to fuck off.
Don't stay home. Get involved. Get out and vote. Do what is necessary.
Yes, vote in the next fraudulent election that you can't possibly trust, that's shifty as shit. And you're already, you can't afford to fight.
To save this great country. The America we love needs us now more than ever.
Oh, God. Yeah, an ad for fucking True the Vote. Not on my show. You can find it yourself. D'Souza Media. Oh, I couldn't tell. The production was so dark and shitty. I thought it was someone else. The book. It's the same dude. It's Backpack Guy. So he's a model as well. Salachem. Dinesh, Debbie, Catherine Engelbrecht, Greg Phillips, Dennis Prager, Sebastian Gorga, Larry Elder, Eric Metaxas, Charlie Kirk, and Hans von Spakovsky and Scott Walter. Directed and written by Dinesh and Debbie. And Bruce Shuley. Producer Dinesh. Second producer. Director of photography Mike. Production designer Bruce. Music composed by Brian Miller. Except the fucking national anthem, which he stole. Additional VFX supervisor. Jesus Christ. You mean all the shit you faked? Executive in charge of music, Debbie D'Souza. Well, at least she's double dipping with her fucking paychecks. Aerial videography, stress-free productions. They bought fucking... Just, I mean, stock footage. This is... True the Vote. Research, digital mastering, videography. D'Souza Media, Grave, Danielle D'Souza Gill. They're just, it's a family affair. Research, Ricky Jivis and Addie Schlenker. I want to see who backpack. Ah, there he is. Mule. Jacob Hyman. There he is. That one cast member. There he is. Mule. Jacob Hyman. Fuck you. There he is. Busted. No, I'm sorry. Never mind. That's so lame. Check his IMDb. Okay, let's look. Yeah. It's got to be in there. He's got 2 projects. On his IMDb, he's got no main picture here. He was in The In-Betweeners as actor. And in 2000 Mules, he was Mule. That's what he's known for. I mean, but his credits are, he was in The In-Betweeners in the episode The Dance. 1 credit. Let's see. Yeah. Jacob Hyman. I mean, obviously he has to hide his identity because he'll get chopped up into little pieces by the federales or the Mexicanos or whoever he was running stuff for. Fuck you. Just so stupid. Lots of grips hanging around. Makeup and hair. Audrey Young making... You don't expect Debbie to look that good fresh around the corner. Special thanks. Brett and Angela Strong for sharing locations. Mike and Rhonda Best, Jerry Daniels, Gateway Pundit, and Patty McMurray at 100% fed up for sharing Wayne County Dropbox surveillance video. which didn't amount to a hill of beans. Kevin Skipper. End titles made with Encrawl. I just made them out of software. How the fuck do you... What do you mean end titles made with Encrawl? Jesus Christ. Like, you can do this in any editing software. There's gotta be a hidden scene at the end of this. Come on. There's gotta be like a... oh, he's gonna do a fucking QR code at the tail end. There's gotta be an Avengers scene, right? For the next one, you know, where his there's this big chair sitting someplace, and then Trump turns around and goes, "Okay, I'll do it." Oh, nope, I'm not giving him the last note. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not doing it. Thank you guys for sticking with me, though. We got through the whole fucking thing. Thank you, Julie. Hashtag free the mules. Oh, God, that was stupid. Now I want... Hi, I'm HAL Sparks. I know you're Dinesh D'Souza, and you're watching this right now because you can't not deal with the fact that people... I guess you can't deal with the fact that people don't buy your bullshit. And so you watched your nonsense. And you're like, but, shut the fuck up. You're a moron. You did a terrible job at this. If indeed anything you say is true, you are literally the worst person to handle this. Sometimes the message is too big for the man, and never has this been more the case than with you, Dinesh D'Souza. You are a fuck up. And in that way, you and Donald Trump have something enormous in common. You're both professional fuck ups. This is the least convincing argument for this whole storyline that anyone could have made. It was terrible. Every opportunity you had to double down on information to be more convincing, you fucked up and you retreaded ground because you didn't have the evidence. And it's abundantly clear. And to Dennis Prager and all these dipshits that sat around and bought your gullible nonsense, thank you for only showing them half of what we saw, because if they'd have seen this as a final cut movie and then sat and watched it and had a before and after kind of circle jerk around it, they would be pissed as hell that you made them look even dumber than they made themselves look. Good Lord. Oof. So, yeah. I had thought, beg your pardon, I got a message. I had thought that Mike Pillow was the worst filmmaker ever. And where you do make up in dramatic footage by stealing other people's styles and trying to call it drama, I suppose, your shit manages to be even less convincing than Mike Lindell's shit, which is cartoonishly bad. This is just... yeah. Debbie, however, on the other hand, was wonderfully terrible. Her lack of timing, her overacting, her entering the room before you called her, chef's kiss. I have to say, my audience and I were shocked and delighted by how amazingly bad that was. And if anyone wants to clip this little piece and share it with Dinesh D'Souza, knock yourself out. That said, I will let you guys go, and I will see you tomorrow on my radio show, the HAL Sparks radio program, Mega Worldwide on WCPT. And until then, have a wonderful night. Thank you guys for sticking with me. Don't forget to like and subscribe, share the show, all that stuff that I'm supposed to say, and I always forget to. Oh, God, that was fun. All right. Take care. I'm going to make a mini movie out of the whole Debbie scene. We'll find it. Okay. Bye.